All right, thanks everyone. Yeah, I like to echo what Mayor just said. I think we are part of a big team. Everyone play a very important position in our democratic process. So you really thanks for our administrative clerks for supporting the whole process and supporting the operations of the city hall. Okay, so let's get started. Good morning, and I welcome to the Standing Committee on the City Finance and Services meeting as of May 10th, 2023. This committee meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw. The cities of Vancouver's electronic meetings, as such committee members may participate in person or by electronic means. If a council member attending by electronic means lose the connection during the voting process, team members are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. The team members' contact information has been circulated to you. A video of council's members speaking, presentation, and the vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Council members participating virtually are reminded that, in accordance with Section 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. Any council member whose video is disabled will be marked absent for that portion of the meeting. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out at Van City Clerk. I also want to note City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including almost respect for all genders. I remind council that when addressing speakers and team members, we will avoid using gender honorifics and instead refer to the person by first and the last name, role, or title. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of Musqueam, Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having care of this land and looking forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contribution of City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every single day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. In case of emergency, where we need to evacuate from the building, I would like to direct your attention to the exits. There are two exits beyond the glass door, and to the left, and to the left. If these exits are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits in the chamber. Please use stairs. Do not use elevator. I would also like to highlight there is a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway outside of the council chamber in case there's some emergency. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Sim. Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bligh has a leave of absence for civic business from 9:30 to 1 today. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague. Councillor Claassen. Councillor Meisner. And Councillor Gigot is the chair. The meeting has quorum. Chair Joe.
Thank you, Clerk. We have 14 items of business on today's agenda, 4 reports and 5 resolutions, and 1 report and 4 council members' motion referred from yesterday's council meeting. We will reassess for lunch at noon and reconvene at 4 p.m. after the in-camera meeting today. Should the business not be complete prior to 5 p.m. today, we will recess for dinner at 5 and reconvene at 6 p.m. Should the business not complete this evening, the meeting will reconvene on May 11th, 2023, 6 p.m. I would like to remind council members that if amendments are brought forward, they must be submitted to the city clerk in final written form before the council member introduce them. Please ensure the clerk has received your amendment by using the council meeting amendments-DL. Before we begin, I'd like to remind speakers that they have 5 minutes to speak their comments, should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations, and may only speak once. Council may have up to 3 minutes ask clarifying question to speakers as per section 7.7 of the procedure bylaw. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. I will also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. Following the last speaker on the speakers list for each item, we will go back through the list for those who were not present when their name was initially called. Okay, so now we're going to deal with the matters adopted on consent. As chair for this meeting, I'm suggesting that for the reports and the resolutions with no speakers, we adopt the recommendations collectively in a single motion. Item 1A to 1E, 3 and 4A and B have no speakers. Does any member wish to hold any items for debate or question to team members? Sorry, so clerk just informed me we do have 1 speaker for item number 1. Okay, so that'll be item 3, 4A and B have no speakers. Okay. Okay. Moved by the Councillor Carr. Does any member wish to declare conflict of interest on the consent item? Councillor Dominado.
No, I just have, sorry, Chair, I just have a quick question. Is it just reports 3 and 4 on consent?
That's right, 3 and 4, that's right.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thanks. Okay, seeing none, we're gonna move on to, we need a motion to adopt the recommendations contained in reports 3 and 4. You move already, yeah, that's right. Okay. All those in favor say yeah. Opposed say nay. Okay, so the following items have been approved on consent. That is number 3, streamlining the business license tab and upgrades and updates to related bylaws. And 4A, closure and the sales of portion of Adelaide Street adjacent to 1025 Dansmuir Street. 4B, closure and sale of portion of Adelaide Street adjacent to 1025 Dansmuir Street resolution. Okay, now we're going to deal with the agenda items. The first item on the agenda is, we did. Yeah, we did. The first item on the agenda is 2023 property tax rating bylaws and averaging resolutions. We have team members here to present and available to answer questions council may have after this presentation. Does any member wish to declare conflict of interest on this item? Okay. So now we're gonna start with the presentation. There's no presentation from staff. Okay, so council, you have 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing no other questions, we need to listen from the speakers. So there is 1 speaker, is in person, Tori Chappell. Please come to the podium. Hi, Tori, thanks.
Oh, I'm the first person to speak this morning. Okay, that's wonderful. Nice to start it on this note. I am here to ask the city to start taxing the churches as direct reparations for the Indigenous people in this community that you are still not providing for. This council's not providing for. That this council needs to provide safe supply, a real safe supply for the 7 people in this province that are dying a day of toxic drugs. None of you are looking at me. Are any of you listening to me? Yes? You're totally listening to me? What are you doing about it? What are you doing?
Chair, point of order. This
Yes,
is off topic.
Yeah, so speaker, please keep in the topic, please. We're talking about number one, it's about property tax.
Yes, taxing the churches. Tax the churches. And provide safe supply for people that are dying every day on the streets, not from addictions, but from toxic drugs.
Sorry, Tori, we have to keep on the topic.
I'm not going to move until I hear what you're doing to provide real safe supply for the people dying of toxic drugs, and what you're doing for the calls for justice, and what you're doing with MMIWG. I haven't seen any action from this council. Nothing other than inflating the police budget, violently displacing unhoused people in the downtown east side and above. Today, still today, that is happening
Madam
today.
Chair, I'm going to call a point of order.
Yeah, sorry, Tori,
7.8C,
can you please,
conduct from the gallery?
Yeah, can you please just stay in the on topic, please? We're talking about number one,
I know.
property taxation, please. Thank you.
Yes.
Please respect the rules, okay?
Respect the people that are dying.
We are.
What are you doing? Tell me what you're doing. What are you going to do?
Is this related to the taxation?
Chair, can I suggest we take a recess?
Okay.
Oh, the cop has to walk away. VPD has to leave.
Okay, so we're gonna take a quick recess, please, everyone.
None of you are going to talk to me? You're not going to tell me anything? I know you will. I'm not, she can't do this. I need to hear from you. I need to hear from you. And you, and you, and you, and you're awesome. And you. And you.
Councillor Kirby Young. Council, is there any discussion? Okay, seeing no one on the queue, we're gonna move to the voting process. Remind that any council member whose video is disabled, please, we will be marked as absent for the vote pursuant to the section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw. I'm now gonna call the vote. Clerk, can you please take us to the voting screen, and council, please register your vote on the voting panel. Yep. Okay. Hey. Mayor Sin is not here. Hey, okay. Yeah, okay. So this resolution passed unanimously with Councillor Bligh absent and Mayor Sin absent. Okay, that concludes the item 1A on the agenda. The second item on the agenda is item 1B, 2023 tax levies for provincial schools. Does any member wish to declare conflict of interest on this item? I saw Councillor Carr. Please go ahead. Oh, okay. Councillor Boyle. Okay. Council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. Are there any questions? No? Okay. Would someone like to move a motion for item 1B? Move by, no need to for a second. Move by Councillor Carr. Council, is there any discussion? Seeing no one on the queue, we're going to move to the voting panel as well. So please remember that council member whose video is disabled will be marked as absent for the voting process pursuant to the section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw. I'm not going to call the vote. Clerk, can you please take us to the voting screen? Council, please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, this resolution passed unanimously with Councillor Bligh and Mayor Sin absent. That concludes the item 1B on the agenda. The third item on the agenda is item 1C, 2023 tax levy for South Coast British Columbia Transportation Authorities, TransLink. Does any member wish to declare conflict of interest of this item? And council, you have 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. Are there any questions? Would someone like to move a motion for item 1C? Moved by Councillor Clausen. And council, is there any discussion? Seeing no one on the queue, so we're gonna again go to the voting panel. Reminder that council member whose video is disabled will be marked as absent for the vote pursuant to the section 14.13 of procedure bylaw. I'm not going to call the vote. Clerk, can you please take us to the voting screen? Council, please register your vote on the voting panel. Councillor Dominato? Yes. Okay, so this resolution passed unanimously with Councillor Bligh absent and Mayor Sin absent. That concludes item 1C on the agenda. The fourth item on the agenda is 1D, 2023 tax levies for British Columbia Assessment Authority. Does any member wish
Unless
to...
more participants join, this conference will end in 5 minutes. Enter *1 to cancel and continue the conference.
Okay, sorry, everyone. We're going to continue. Should be all good? Okay. Does any member wish to declare conflict of interest of this item? Okay. Council, you have 5 minutes to ask questions to the team members. Are there any questions? Would someone like to move a motion for item 1D? Moved by Councillor Carr. Council, is there any discussion? Thank you. So reminder that council member whose video is disabled will be marked as absent for the voting process to section 14.13 of procedure bylaw. I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, can you please take us to the voting screen? And council, please register your vote on the voting panel. So that resolution passed unanimously with Councillor Bligh and Mayor Sim absent. That concludes item 1D on the agenda. Okay, so we are now going to move on to the next item on the agenda, which is number 5, I guess. Yeah, okay, the 5th item on the agenda is, 1E, 2023 tax levies for municipal finance authorities of BC. Does any member wish to declare conflict of interest on this item? And council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. Are there any questions? Okay, moved by Councillor Kirby Young. Council, is there any discussion? Reminder that any council member whose video is disabled will be marked as absent for the voting process pursuant to the section 14.13 of procedure bylaw. I'm not going to call the vote. Clerk, please take us to the voting screen, and council, please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, that one does pass unanimously with Councillor Bligh and Mayor Sim absent. That concludes item 1E on the agenda. So the next item on the agenda is the report back, increasing the empty home tax to 5% and improving compliance. We have team members here to present and available to answer questions council may have after the presentation. Does any member wish to declare conflict of interest on this item? And council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. Are there any questions? Seeing no one on, Councillor Carr,
Yes,
please go ahead.
yes, thank you very much. Staff, I am interested in the report, which seems to indicate that if we move to a 5% tax increase, there is a suggestion that there will be, I guess from a report that we commissioned, that there will be a increased avoidance and circumventing of that tax, so it won't lead to any more revenue coming in, nor will it lead to increased housing, so a return to the rental market. So I'm confused as to why it appears that it will have no effect. Would that mean that we just aren't simply putting the money or the resources into sort of more diligent pursuit of those empty homes that are evading both the tax and reporting that goes along with it? And is the solution then therefore a more diligent pursuit of, I guess, indications we might hear from the public around such vacancies? She said, they said no presentation. No presentation, right? Oh. Is there a presentation?
So staff, there is a presentation for this, right? So,
Hold on my question.
so please come to the podium. Thank you.
Said, are there any questions?
Good morning, Councillor. I'm Julia Aspinall, Director of Financial Services, and I am here to report back on the empty homes tax review. So back in April of last year, Council passed a series of motions, including increasing the EHT tax rate in 2023 to 5%, asking staff to review the exemptions for fairness and unintended consequences, looking at compliance activities, and also other EHT program-related questions. Through that time, Council staff had provided Council with memo updates and Council briefings. Also, during that time frame, staff had engaged with stakeholders, housing experts, consultants in reviewing this tax program. So although throughout the year since the inception of the tax, staff had brought back to council in terms of amendments to bylaw to address the fairness, effectiveness, and unintended consequences. But this engagement was a more substantial tax policy administration review. So what staff is coming back today is making 9 recommendations to the vacancy tax bylaw to improve the fairness and effectiveness of the tax. Also, there are 2 considerations for council to consider as well. Just some key highlights in terms of the EHT since its inception in 2017. So generally speaking, we have been seeing a reduction in vacant properties, an increase in tenanted properties, condos, increase in condos in the rental pool, as well as a very low a percentage of properties that are vacant. Just some highlights in terms of these stats. Predominantly, a lot of the properties, 97% of the properties are occupied, so either through principal residents or they're tenanted. There is a percentage between 2 to 3% that fall into the exemption category, and currently we have 9 exemptions in our bylaw. The percentage of vacancy through this graph is showing a reduction year over year. In terms of the vacancy that's reflected in here, it reflects 3 categories of vacancy. Those properties that are declared vacant, those that are deemed vacant because they did not declare, or those that are determined vacant because of compliance activities that they failed on. A few more notes around this is just looking at the trend of 2020, 2021, and 2022 with the reduction in vacant properties. We are still undergoing compliance activities for 2020 and 2021, and 2022 has just started underway. So there's still a lot of effort around verifying the vacant declarations of these properties, and we do expect that to change. Another element of it is that for 2021 and 2022, the declaration period is still open. So for 2021, the late declaration is closing of July this year. And for 2022, property owners have until next year of July to do a late declaration. The next slide in terms of highlights, just a few notes around the rental vacancy rate. In CMHC's rental market report, they did indicate that the Vancouver region saw the highest annual growth in the rental supply growth stock. And this is the highest in 30 years. And those stock are coming from purpose-built rental as well as condominium rentals. In 2022, in Vancouver, similar to other Canadian cities, we are seeing an influx in immigration as well as the increase in interest rate is prohibiting renters from shifting into home ownership. So despite the increase in the supply side, demand is still very high. So what we saw is a current vacancy rental of 0.9%. There has been a spike in 2020, as you see in this graph, at 2.6%, and that's predominantly driven by the pandemic itself. Also see in here that since the introduction of the EHT, that it's been able to maintain relatively similar level in terms of the rental vacancy rate as opposed to it being deteriorated. EHT is one of the tools to increase the rental supply, the supply of the rentals, and this complements with other measures, including the short-term rental rules, rental supply policies, the province's SPT, and other new federal measures that were introduced. The first recommendation being brought to council is on the tax rate. So since its inception in 2017, council has approved a series of tax rate increases, with the first one in 2020 from 1% to 1.25%, and a more substantial increase in 2021 to 3%, followed by one that is 5%. And that was approved by council for the 2023, and it was enacted. I do like to clarify that for 2023 declaration period on the 5%, this covers the period of January 1st to December 31st of 2023. So the declaration period for this in terms of reporting opens up in November of 2023 and closes in February of 2024. For any properties that are declared vacant or deemed vacant because they haven't declared, that's when we will levy the 5% tax. The recommendation to council is to reduce the rate back to 3%, so essentially maintaining the 2021 and the 2022 tax rate. Also presented to council is a consideration around exploring a graduated EHT tax rate system. So what that looks like is for a one-time vacant property, they would be levied a lower rate as opposed to those that are repeated declared vacant would face a higher tax rate. So the rationale in terms of proposing a tax rate of 3% is that, as I mentioned earlier in the data, 2021 and 2022 is going through quite a bit of compliance activity, so we are expecting that data to change. In addition, in consulting with the housing experts in E&Y, they did indicate that COVID had a significant impact on 2020 as well as the extension to 2021 and 2022. And this also, we could see that in the last graph where there was a spike in the rental vacancy rate from the pandemic. So the recommendation is based on, there's still a lot of noise in the data, and that to maintain the tax rate will actually allow staff to monitor the actual data and what it's informing. This is still a relatively new tax that's been in place for 6 years. So there is no solid empirical evidence that we could say what will the behavior be in place of a high tax rate. But generally speaking, when we look at the real world of tax scenarios where there are significant tax rate, there is an incentive for those individuals who are impacted by the tax to either avoid it or evade it. So staff will continue to focus on compliance activities, but in any tax scenario, there will be undetected compliance where it may indicate that it's effective, where the vacancy is looking like it's moving in the right direction. But because of undetected false declaration, we're not capturing that as well as the revenue loss associated with that. In terms of the higher tax rate too, there is, aside from the circumvention of the tax through those property owners that may be incentivized to do that, there are also unintended consequences. So therefore, we're proposing a graduated tax rate system where we're trying to encourage those that are long-term repeat to either put it back into the housing stock market, housing supply, or that they pay the EHT rate. Council did ask staff to look at how we address unintended consequences, and this is one of the scenarios that we could do that. We have seen scenarios where a property owner, because of various reasons, marital changes or work arrangement changes, or even the COVID pandemic impact, that they were not able to occupy the property for 6 months of the year to declare that it was occupied. So they were faced with a tax. So a 5% tax on an average of a $1.7 million home at 5% is almost, it's $85,000. So that's quite a substantial tax penalty on those that do not intend to really keep it vacant. We do also see that almost half of the properties that declare vacant drop off next year. So this proposal does address the unintended consequences to give a bit more relief to those that aren't intending to keep the property vacant for too long, but then taxing at a higher rate for those that are repeatedly keeping it for vacant. The next two recommendations, B and C, address renovations and redevelopment exemption. So currently, there are exemptions addressing these two. And in the bylaw, the original bylaw had an interpretation and intention of looking at having a property that's occupied 6 months. So in the bylaw, we actually clarified it through the bylaw last year to say if the property owner received a building permit or they submitted a heritage alteration permit, development permit, or rezoning inquiry or application by July 1st, they would be exempt. So through this current exemption, there is a time frame between 6 to 18 months in terms of providing that exemption. Sorry, it's July 1st. In terms of the recommendation, what we're coming is to change that July 1st, and it's any time within the reference year. The rationale behind this is to mitigate the unintended consequences where the owners may be faced with the tax, where the timing doesn't work with July 1st and it's out of their control in terms of the issuance or the submission of the permit. The next recommendation is on strata rental exemption. Currently, there is an exemption for strata properties where they have a bylaw that prohibits rental or restrict the number of strata units that could be rented out prior to the introduction of the EHT, so bylaw that they have effective in 2016 and earlier. Currently, there are 500 properties that fall into this exemption. The recommendation is to end this exemption in 2024, but to provide a one-time exemption in 2023 for those properties that declared this exemption in 2022. The reason why we're proposing this recommendation is the province passed Bill 44 in November of last year to remove strata rental restrictions. So this would be in line with the provincial changes. The one-time exemption to provide the owners will actually allow the owners to occupy the property, perform renovations, or sell the property. So it allows a bit more time for them to plan in terms of this exemption being removed and being effective in 2024. This next exemption is on vacant new inventory. Currently, we have an exemption where for a vacant new inventory, they would get an exemption depending on when the occupancy permit is issued. So this category falls into the new condos that developers are completed building and they're ready to receive that occupancy permit. The trigger date is the July 1st date where if a property was issued a occupancy permit prior to July 1st, they would have to be sold before the end of the year. Otherwise, they face the EHT. If they received the occupancy permit after July 1st, then they would have until next year. So in terms of the time frame for this exemption, stacked along with the property transfer, developers have between 6 to 18 months. We did hear from the developer community around concerns on this exemption not meeting their needs. They, generally speaking, they're incentivized to move to sell the properties, and they do offer incentives to move the properties quickly. But just in the light of current market conditions, there are concerns around a significant EHT tax rate, along with their high borrowing costs that they are carrying a lot more risk and costs in terms of taking on development and providing housing supply. Staff did look through the data in terms of this generally in the past has been a very low number given the tight market and a very strong market. But we did see a slight increase in terms of unsold inventory in 2022. The recommendation to council is to remove that July 1st date and more specifically to remove the time limitation on this exemption until it's sold to the end user. We do have a consideration for council to contemplate on is instead of a time limitation, to have that July 1st date removed, and it would be exempt in the year that it's completed as well as the subsequent year. This next exemption is on uninhabitable properties. Currently, there are no exemptions falling into this category unless it meets a requirement of the renovation exemption. The recommendation is to exempt properties that are occupied, which cannot be occupied due to hazardous condition or disaster. So those categories could be a flood, a fire, earthquake, landslide, structural defect, poisonous substance in the home, and it would be applicable in the year of the event and the following year. We do anticipate that the number falling into this exemption category will be quite small. The rationale behind this is really to allow homeowners who are already in a stressful state to perform the work that they are required, so that they could have the house occupied as quickly as possible with that time limitation that we're putting in place. This would be consistent with the province's SVT exemption. This next exemption is around medical treatment. Currently, homeowners that periodically occupy their home in Vancouver to access medical treatments, and if they don't occupy it for more than 6 months, it is considered vacant and they are subjected to EHT. So this recommendation is to exempt properties where they are periodically using their homes in Vancouver, either themselves or their spouse or their dependents, to receive medical treatment in the Greater Vancouver region. It will require medical certification as one of the requirements, along with other reviews of evidence. The rationale behind it is that there is a concentration of treatment facilities around the Greater Vancouver, and through cases we have seen those scenarios where property owners would fall into this category. As I mentioned, this is also a stressful time for those owners getting medical treatment to make arrangements to rent out a property or to arrange hotel arrangements when they're here during the period. This is consistent with the province's SVT exemption as well. These last two recommendations pertain to late filing declaration. Currently, property owners have 2 opportunities to make their declaration. The first one being February of the following year. And if the declaration is not made, empty homes tax bill is levied. And homeowners, hopefully this triggers a homeowner to make a property tax declaration, but July of the following year. So just using 2022 as an example, the first deadline for property owners would be February 3rd of 2023. They get a bill if they didn't declare, and they have until July of 2024 to declare. So this is actually an 18 months period in terms of the timeline that homeowners can declare. Council did extend this declaration to 18 months back in 2020. The trigger with the July date is by that time, property owners who did not get their notice, their EHT tax bill, will see this levied on their property tax bill, so that would be the next trigger. Outside of these 2 deadlines, if property owners fail to declare by the 18 months, there's no recourse right now for property owners to make a late declaration. So they would be faced with an EHT tax, regardless of the property being occupied or possibly exempt. We are making a recommendation to council in terms of allowing this declaration to be extended up to 5 years. Homeowners are required to provide evidence to prove out that they're occupied or exempt. So just using the 2022 reference year as an example, property owners will get their first deadline opportunity on February 3rd, and then July of 2024, and then the last opportunity, December 31st, 2027. So the rationale behind this is that, as I mentioned, the intention of the tax is to really tax the vacant properties. And through this, some of the scenarios that we've seen, there have been homeowners that came to say, my property was occupied, but I can't declare, and there's nothing we could do based on the vacancy tax bylaw. And it's quite a hefty penalty in reference of using 1.7 million average property. It's $85,000 with a 5% EHT. What we propose as an alternative to extending it 5 years in conjunction is to levy a late penalty filing of 5%. And the reason behind this penalty is we really do still want to encourage property owners to file timely, because that timeliness is really important for us to use the data, report back out to council, how's the tax working, is it effective, are there any course corrections we need to make. It also really helps for staff to prepare the compliance activity. So the timely filing is still very critical to get those properties to declare on time. It also deters owners from making frivolous late declarations, trying to, I'm occupied, but trying to take that opportunity to make an attempt. So hopefully the penalty will deter those owners from making a frivolous late declaration. In the recommendation, we did add around that there is a consideration around waiving the penalty for hardship reasons. And the percentage in terms of the 5%, staff did contemplate too low of a percentage is not going to meet those objectives that I've just stated, but too high, it's still going to have some of the unintended consequences for those properties that are in fact not vacant. That's it. That's the end for presentation.
Thank you, Julia.
Thank you.
Council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions to team members. Are there any questions? I saw there are a lot of questions here. So, Councillor Kirby, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I guess just to provide some perspective and kind of level set, you said it's a relatively new tax at about 6 years. Can you just sort of reaffirm what the original purpose of the tax was? And my understanding, and I'd love to hear from staff, was that the intention was to return homes to the market, as opposed to being a revenue generator per se. And is that the case? Because theoretically then, and I guess framing the question, it should be a bit like the gas tax. If you're successful over time, your revenue would decline because people are driving electric vehicles, and in this case, because homes are being returned to the market. So was that the real spirit initiative behind the tax?
That is the intent of the tax, is to return underutilized and empty homes back to long-term use for those that live in Vancouver and work in Vancouver. I say relatively new is because Vancouver was the first in terms of introducing the empty homes tax. We're seeing other cities follow suit. So in terms of the concern around the significant tax rate, if the tax is effective, revenue will fall. It's the concern around those that are incentivized to make false declaration, and so we're not capturing that, so we're missing out the revenue, as well as it is in fact not occupied.
Okay, so kind of building on that then, again, kind of going back to sort of the analysis of what we do know over the first number of years, I seem to recall a CMHC report that indicated that maybe it was around, they attributed potentially 6,000 condos, or the bulk of homes, if you will, were returned in the first year or two that of implementation.
That's right.
And that we're seeing it's much more stagnant. And so if revenue is going up, it's either because we're raising the tax or because the assessed property value is going up. But is that right? Like that we've achieved the bulk, our stats show, of the homes have been returned at this point, and most of them were condos?
The last report from CMHC from 2019 did state that there is about 6,000 units that were added to the rental market stock. And since our tax, there has been other measures that complement it, such as the province's SVT and other federal measures. So in essence, all these are playing in terms of seeing the impact of these properties putting back into the housing supply. It is stabilizing in terms of where we're seeing they're not big numbers of properties changing.
Can I jump in now? I just have a limited time. So then I guess the question is, if the bulk of homes have come back, is it now really about refinement and potentially some of those high-end homes that people can afford to keep vacant? And that's why the graduated suggestion that you're basically targeting the higher value homes and the people that can afford to leave them empty?
That is the primary reason for that in addressing its effectiveness and unintended consequence. I also want to add that since 2017, we've added 13,000 units to the housing market. So when we're looking at and reporting on vacant properties, those look very small, but the tax is effective in terms of preventing any new additional properties from being vacant, and that's the other intention of the tax as well.
Okay, thanks. I think that's my time, 3 minutes, right, Chair?
Thank you, Councillor Kirby. Councillor Dominado.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just a couple of quick questions. You spoke to the issue around retaining the 3% tax rate going forward in light of particularly potential for unintended consequences and tax evasion. Do you know off the top of your head the tax rate for the provincial vacancy speculation tax, as well as for jurisdictions like Toronto and Ottawa that are adopting or have adopted vacancy tax?
For the SVT, for non-foreign owners, it's 0.5%, and for foreigners, it's 2%. Okay. Staff will confirm that. But in terms of other jurisdictions in Canada, we know in Ontario, there's been a few municipalities, and we understand that they're looking at implementing or have implemented at 1%. At
1%, okay. Just could you just speak briefly to the exemptions that are being brought forward and proposed in this report? Would it be fair to characterize it that this is really in response to feedback, is that this was a new tax, new in the country, and that it's really to address fairness and effectiveness of this tax?
These exemptions are to address fairness and the unintended consequences of the tax. When we first introduced the tax, the housing market was really, really tight, and the intention was to get any vacant and underutilized properties back into the market. Through time, as we review cases, some of these instances where we do see the unintended consequences being impacted to the owners, whether there was no intention of leaving the home vacant, but they're still faced with a heavy tax. These exemptions, we do feel that are really addressing the fairness and unintended consequences. But through the program, we will continue to monitor as changes come through. We are very deliberate in terms of, and also cautioned by E&Y to not broaden the exemptions too big, because that will actually impact the integrity of the tax itself.
Okay, thank you. And just one last question. I believe you had a slide there, and just confirming I understood correctly, is that from your perspective, this is simply one tool in the toolbox in terms of a spectrum of tools to try to address housing options, access, and supply in the city. You mentioned short-term rentals, but that it's not the panacea to dealing with housing. It's just one of the tools to try to ensure that there is housing available to people who live here. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dominado. Councillor Clausen.
Thank you, Chair. Question I have around, I think it was item H, with regards to the extension of the 5-year period. Is that, I read it a few times and I wasn't clear, is that take place going forward, or is there any extra retroactivity involved in that?
If this is adopted, it will look at then applying 5 years back. So any properties back in 2019 will be able to apply as well, right? Yeah.
Okay. So just as simple, to just boil it down, if somebody met the criteria in 2020, yet was deemed as to have to pay the tax, if they have are able to prove that there was occupancy and they met the terms, but they had missed it, so the late payment, they would just essentially be required to pay a late filing fee.
That's right.
Okay, thank you very much. Glad to hear that.
Thank you, Councillor Clausen. Councillor Carr.
Oh, sorry. I'm just going to go off and come back on. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks for all of this work. I'm wondering, my first question is around enforcement. I know the last council had increased enforcement of the EHT, but there's a note, there's a section of the report that says we're still worried about non-compliance. What are our options for further increasing enforcement?
Staff will be looking back in terms of enforcement language through the vacancy tax bylaw. So we're actively exploring that with our law department. But in terms of compliance activities, staff have been ramping up year over year in terms of the number of audits. And it's been very effective based on what we've seen. So in 2023, we're targeting about 18,000 number of properties being audited, and that is increasing.
Okay, great. Thanks. I appreciate hearing that. I have two questions around exempting new vacant homes. And the first is, I'm interested to hear, I understand why the development industry would want that. I'm interested to hear on the city's end how that aligns with the goal of the tax of making empty properties available for people to live in.
One of the objective of the empty homes tax is to prevent additional new properties from being rented out. The developers are not the ultimate owners. It is them selling it to the owners, where that incentive on the tax will then encourage new homeowners to actually put that house into the rental pool, or they occupy themselves. Generally speaking, in terms of looking at where the developers are, they are incentivized to actually to move the properties quickly to be sold, because that's for them to recoup the investment. So we do feel that the risk is relatively low. So therefore, we also provide a consideration for council in terms of if we want to provide a limitation and to continue to encourage developers to move those property relatively quickly, is to consider a time limitation. So that's in the consideration.
Okay, and another question on that is one I've been hearing from residents, which is, how do prices ever fall? How do prices ever become more affordable for new homes if we are creating policy that allows them to sit empty until they can be sold at a high rate?
Yeah, just from data that we've been seeing, generally these numbers aren't very big, but we do have to look at how are we complementing some of the other work around housing supply. Developers are putting out housing supply, so there is a consideration around the impact around this empty homes tax putting on more significant risk for developers to take on. So that's a consideration that we've contemplated.
Okay, I know when we're looking at, I don't know if you've more to say on this, but my next question is probably for you too, Dan. When we're looking at rental housing, we often hear that we need to incentivize rentals so it can compete with condos. And so again, I just am trying to figure out how kind of propping up the high price of condos helps in this balance where actually we're trying to, make housing more affordable and make rental more viable in relation.
Yeah, that's right. There certainly is a relationship between the incentives needed to deliver rental to sort of overcome the value of ownership housing in the city, which we know is so high. I think part of the response, though, is more or less what Julia had already indicated, which is it's a very small number we're talking about here. So the actual ability of the empty homes tax to impact the price of housing in the market sort of pales in comparison to the overall supply response, how much housing is being built and delivered, what the demand factors are. So I think that's sort of the response. I think that it's just not the one thing that's going to impact that price.
I hear that. It's the principle I'm wrestling with maybe more. But my last question, Chair, can I move for a second round just in case?
Yeah. So all in favor say yeah. Oh. Okay. All say nay? Okay.
If we were to make that particular recommendation retroactive for this vacancy year, do we have a sense of how much revenue that would take out of the empty? I know revenue is not the primary objective, but I'm interested in
It's approximately $3 million.
Impact $3 million.
3 to 4 million.
Okay, which goes to grants to non-market housing. But we haven't allocated those grants yet.
Yeah, we allocate based on collection of the empty homes tax.
Sorry, Councillor Bell. Yeah, we have second round. Thank you.
you.
Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. And thank you for all this work on this report. This is quite comprehensive, and appreciate you answering some of these questions. So on the EY report, obviously, we haven't had a chance to see it, so we're sort of just, basing our comments on your comments. And so I'm just, sorry? Oh, I haven't seen the full report, but thanks for interrupting me. So now they've said that the 3% rate increase, or the rate increase so far to 3% has been inconclusive as far as improvement. Is that accurate?
We've seen improvements through the data, but like as I mentioned, it's inconclusive because we're still conducting a lot of audit activities on 2021, and we just started 2022, and the declaration period hasn't been closed for those two periods. So it is inclusive both. What E&Y reported out, the housing experts did also caution around looking at that data as well.
Right, and so, but this is the same report that's suggesting that 5% might be too much based on the somewhat inconclusive data?
Yes, that's why staff is recommending to keep it at 3%, so we can continue to monitor the impacts of the 3%, because the 3% was increased by, from 1.25%. So that increase itself is relatively substantial as well.
Right. So how are we validating assumptions about the number of empty homes? How accurate do we think our numbers are for empty homes, notwithstanding the tax collection piece and the auditing process? I know Andy Yan had talked about, like, analyzing power usage and lights on and those kind of things. How do we prove our assumptions on empty homes?
Well, certainly those that are declared vacant, we have high certainty. Where we see a big fluctuation on the vacant properties is between the deemed declared, where they come in later and they declare that, hey, it wasn't vacant, or those that we do through audits. We do have, I would say, pretty robust audit work, but that's the limitation of the information that we can gather. It's evidence-based as well, too. So to a degree, although we are doing a lot of work around the compliance front, there may be undetected non-compliance similar to any other tax regimes that are out there as well.
So if I were to, like, do we have a tip line? If I was to recognize an empty home on my block or whatever?
Yes, we do get tips, and people do call into 311 to report out where they suspect there is an empty property next to them, and staff does review every single tip.
Okay, so generally 311 would be, or Van Connect would be the. Do we look at, I know I've raised this question before around short-term rentals, and obviously we can't extract the short-term rental because the data from our short-term rental programs, because FIPA, but do we look at short-term rentals? Like, I know our short-term rental staff look through Airbnb listings and aggregate. They go, oh, well, that place is obviously renting more than 6 months, so they're in violation of our STR. Do we do a similar thing for empty homes?
There are considerations around freedom of information that staff do have to contemplate. So within the realm of our jurisdiction and power of the information that we are able to use, we do use it. So we do look at internally around short-term rental licenses and other business licenses to work through our.
So sorry, I should have been more clear. I meant more accessing the publicly available data, like going onto Airbnb as just a regular user and looking at for superhosts, for instance.
We're not allowed to use that data based on freedom of information.
We can't use publicly available data.
No, and that's for the purpose of it. Ian, did you want to speak to it? We can use public information. You want to speak to it? Anything else you want to add?
So I'm sorry, we can?
Public information that we can, and anything that's provided through to the short-term rental department, we can as well.
Okay, so.
Deepak's going to help clarify that question.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, anything that's provided, that's available publicly, we can use, but anything that's provided directly from Airbnb to short-term rentals, we can't use that.
Okay, I understand. Yeah. That's where I was going with that, and thank you for that clarification.
Just to clarify, from a compliance perspective, both groups do work, like if there's like an active investigation, we can do that on an ad hoc basis. We can't do that on a blanket basis.
Understood. Thanks. I'll come back on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, a really good and thorough report. Appreciate that, although the data is still inconclusive. One of the points that, because of you're still working on it. One of the points that is of interest to me is that whether or not, how accurately can we really estimate the difference between the impact of COVID and the impact of a 3% tax, in terms of the number of homes that might evade the empty homes tax, or understanding of that.
We are seeing a reduction of vacant properties that are declared vacant. So in effect, the tax rate is having an implication on it. We are still actively conducting a lot of compliance activities since the tax rate has increased. So certainly 2021 has been underway with the 3%. We've just started on the 2022. So therefore, that's why we're recommending to maintain that tax so that we could continue to monitor and understand the impacts. And hence also that would provide an option for council to consider on a graduated tax. So we want to target those that are high repeat, that there's a more targeted opportunity to levy a higher tax rate on those properties.
That is my second, leading to my second question. In terms of a higher rate for longer term rent, vacant properties, do we know how many there are and who they are? Like, do we have any sense of that?
Yes, we have that data. So the number of vacant properties is roughly around 1,400.
Okay, so it's 1,400. So we've got that information. I'm interested in the number of vacant, obviously vacant property. The whole point is of this tax is to return properties to rental, right? If that's more information, you could share it.
Yes, the intention of the empty homes tax is to return empty and underutilized homes to for long-term purposes. That includes rental.
Right. When the study was first done by Adriane, so I was on council at that time, 2013, and his study was in Cole Harbour, and at that time it was 25% of condos were vacant, almost like just under that, a quarter, 1 out of 4 condos were vacant. And the first year we brought it in, there was an incredible decrease in that number. So we really saw the effectiveness of the tax. One of the stats you gave us at the very beginning was that there's less than 1% of properties are vacant, 1,400 out of 196,000. I didn't catch what that 196,000 were, and it seems like a very low number of vacancies.
In terms of, sorry, I don't recall about that number. But in terms of the number of vacancies, so there's about 200,000 properties that do require to complete the declaration. So the range, since its inception at the beginning, we have about 2,000 properties that were vacant. So they were either deemed, declared, or determined vacant. We do see that number dropping, but as I cautioned, where we're seeing that number dropping is because we're still undergoing quite a bit of compliance activity. So that number is still relatively inconclusive, but the direction is showing that it is reducing.
Okay. Okay, so that's good. It still doesn't seem like that many. It's quite low as a number, really, but that's good. And we want to see properties obviously rented or occupied. In terms of the late filings, how many late filings do we have?
Deepak will answer this question.
As of right now, for the 2022 declaration year, we have approximately 1,100 that are still undeclared. So these people can still come forward until July of 2024.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is there are you putting more resources into auditing? I mean, that's certainly one of the questions. We could audit more.
Yeah, we're continuing to, hire. We have an active recruitment going on right now. There is, with any sort of program, any sort of department, there continues to be turnover. So obviously, planning and preparing for that. But like Julia mentioned, year over year, we are increasing our audit output. This year, we're on track to do about 18,000 audits.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's good.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Okay, I do have a couple of questions. So the first question is, so I think from legal perspective, how feasible we can implement some exemption criteria for age, like exclude people, senior people from the exemption.
That's a question that would be appropriately discussed in camera.
Okay, thanks. The other question is to follow up Councillor Carr's question regarding the audit. So do we have a plan to recruit more people to do the audit?
We are constantly recruiting and we're addressing the personnel needs based on ensuring that through review of the program that we maintain the robustness. So on that front, we're actively monitoring that and looking at that and supplementing as required.
Thanks, Julia. The last question is, what is our plan to do a comprehensive evaluation of this graduate taxation system? So to make sure the people, holding the home for a longer period will have a higher tax rate.
If council approves this consideration, staff will report back in terms of what that could look like. And there will be system changes, policy changes, bylaw changes. And so we would be reporting back to council if council approves it.
Okay, so if we approve that, how likely we implement for the next tax year?
It is possible to implement it in 2024. So depending on the time that we bring back to council and when that gets approved.
Thank you. That's all my question. Councillor Montague.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be brief. There's been some specific questions about enforcement and auditing. But I'm wondering if you could be a little more general and just sort of expand on how enforcement has ramped up over the years, as the last 5 or 6 years, as the tax has increased and as we've moved forward.
I can't speak to the specifics, and we're happy to share that in camera, but what we could speak specifically is the number of audits increased substantially. I think we started off with 6,000, and we're targeting 18,000, so that's been doubled over the years. And we are seeing the tip line coming across as well, and we are actually looking at more data analytics to actually target our audit campaigns more effectively, and we're seeing those working.
Okay, so you've just been naturally ramping up year over year as we get better at
increasing the numbers and looking at specific and criteria of what we're trying to target.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Montague. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I just wanted to go back to the piece about making the recommendation around exempting new vacant unsold homes retroactive. You had just said that it would result in about $3 million less in revenue. Do you think it would actually, would it have any impact on policy or availability, or it would just be $3 million that isn't collected for the empty homes tax and then instead is returned to private developers?
The tax doesn't really, we're not driven through the revenue, but then in terms of the amount that was levied was 3.8 million, and this would be a retroactive adjustment for 2022 shall council decide to do that. But staff is not recommending a retro from that perspective. So if this is, in terms of it applying back to 2022, then that revenue will be zero if we provide that exemption. I think looking at a more go-forward basis, there are trade-offs in terms of the implication of the EHT on the developers and the decision points that they make to take on the risk and the implication of this tax rate itself.
Okay, and help me understand, because I know we we don't, the money doesn't get given in grants, the revenue doesn't get allocated in grants and whatnot until after it's collected. But if it were retroactive starting in the 2022 vacancy reference year is what I've seen circulated, is that money we have collected that we would then be returning instead?
We've, I can't, I'm not sure if we collected everything, but we've certainly seen some payments on it. So in those instances where developers have paid, we would have to refund those.
Okay, and have we allocated the 2022?
We have not.
Okay. Related, council got an update by email about the short program that said that there were 987 social housing units, mostly through permitting, but with a funding gap that was preventing them from being built. So maybe you can just say a bit more. Again, I know the main goal of the program is returning homes that are vacant to the market, but I just think this 3 million or 3.8 million is relevant to that larger housing conversation. So those 987 social housing units that are ready to be built except for a funding gap, would revenue from the empty homes tax be able to make some of those get moving?
Yeah, so I mean, I haven't done the math on exactly what the equity gap is in those projects and how that relates to the $3 million. Certainly the empty homes tax, one of the key purposes of it is to go towards the CHIP, the Community Housing Investment Program grants to nonprofit housing providers. So that is one of the principal uses of funds, is to contribute to nonprofit projects. So my sense is that the amount of gap that's needed to make those projects go will be larger than that. It would need to be a partnership with senior governments, but yes.
But the revenue goes toward CHIP grants, and those CHIP grants go towards the type of social housing and nonprofit projects that have funding increasingly have funding gaps like this, where we can help make them viable and get them completed?
Yes, it certainly does go to projects like this. I mean, usually the CHIP program is, the main purpose of it as it stands right now is to try to embed deeper affordability, to support projects to house deeply, or to create deeply affordable units to house very low income people. So it's not currently an equity sort of gap filling program to make projects viable. It's more about deepening affordability, but that is certainly something that could be looked at.
Okay. Those are all of my questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Mayor Sim.
Yeah, great. Thank you for all the work you guys are doing on this, by the way. I just have a few questions. So when I look at the numbers here, starting in 2020, there were 1,755 empty homes in the city of Vancouver, and by 2022, it's down to 1,398 homes, so a decrease of 357 empty homes. Is that correct? Roughly?
Roughly, yes.
Okay. And so we were proposing that we increase the number of audits from 6,000 to about 18,000 in the upcoming year?
No, that's already in effect. We have increased from 6,000, it started 6,000, and we're targeting or forecasting 18,000 for this year.
Okay. I know, the city of Vancouver is not alone in this. Every single industry organization we have, we're having a hard time finding talent. My question to you is, how effective is this program going to be? Like, what's the target of this program? Like, how many more homes are we going to get freed up for, the residents of Vancouver, people that want to live in Vancouver, housed, versus allocating those resources to something else, for example, speeding up the permitting process and getting rid of our backlog? Like, I guess, like, with our audits, what are you guys projecting to reduce that number from 1,398? Is it to eliminate it altogether? Or can we expect 1,400 homes, or is it 100? And the second part is, if we allocated those resources to other areas of opportunity in our city, how many more houses can we build?
The number of vacant properties do show a very small number in the range of 13 to 2,000. But what we've seen is over the years since the inception of the tax is that there have been 13,000 new units that have come into market. So in effect, we do believe that the EHT is quite effective in ensuring that new units that come into market are motivated to get that occupied or to be occupied. And so we're seeing some effectiveness around the number of tenanted properties.
Sorry, and I just want to understand this. So that's why I'm going to ask these probing questions. How much is that correlation versus causation? Because at the same time, you know, people are coming into the region, and they will continue to come into the region. So is that comment based on data, or is it we're just linking the two and saying, well, it seemed like it may have an effect? And the reason I asked that question, I just want to make sure that we are very pragmatic and we allocate our resources into the right areas with the right policies so we can have the most number of people housed.
That is based on the data and is supplemented based on CMHC data. I will say that any revenue that's collected from the EHT first covers off the administration expense. So from a cost benefit perspective, from that element, it is covered off. From an effectiveness perspective, I think I've shared some data that's demonstrated, especially on new units that are coming to market, and that pool has increased. One of the stats that I did share is in the CMHC rental market. It did show a highest increase in terms of the supply of rental coming into the market, but there's still very, very high demand. So with respect to this tax, it does still provide effectiveness, complementing with other measures to ensure that like properties that are underutilized or vacant are put back into the market. In terms of the compliance activities, the revenue that we're seeing from empty homes tax, almost half of it or a little under half of it is driven through compliance activities.
Mayor Sim, if I could just add one clarification to Julie's comments, which I think are really important, is to think about it. The funding source here is really clear. The EHT expenditures are limited under the charter as to where we can allocate them. Our permitting, that function is paid through permitting fees. So development fees, rezoning fees, building fees. So this isn't a revenue source that is taking away from funds that would otherwise be going to that activity. So just to be clear about that.
Yeah, and I know it's self-funding, and I know it has been effective. The question really isn't so much as it's self-funding. It's when we're in a war, or it's not a war. When we are in a challenge to find individuals to work at our organizations, including the City of Vancouver, that's a finite resource, and so it's hard to hire people. It's my question's really, is this the best allocation of our human talent or capital? Are they working on the most effective things to get us the most bang for our buck? Because at the end of the day, I think our goal here is to build or have as many homes as possible for as many people that want to live here.
Sorry, we are
100%.
30 seconds over, so but we do have second rounds.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah, and that's a perfect segue into some of my questions about our resources and stuff. I was just, while we were in this, just trying to figure out how I would report an empty home, and it's not very intuitive. In fact, the desktop Van Connect 311 app doesn't list it. It lists a whole bunch of examples of like what you could report, but empty homes are not in there. Is that an accidental gap? Is that something that we could give a bit more direction to actually prioritize the opportunity for residents to help you do that important work by kind of like providing that information or tips?
We've done a recent website update in terms of having that information on the empty homes tax, including the reporting of tips to be more predominant, but we certainly will look at that. Generally speaking, for any Vancouver residents calling 311 to say, I need to report on a tip, that's taken in. So it should be a relatively simple process through 311 as well.
And so just the digital interface rather than the 311 could use a bit more inclusionary language to that effect, I think. Sorry, and I lost my train of thought, but yeah, and I guess just, yeah, I think, and really it was to just reflect that this is self-funding, and and I think that a lot of the stuff that the city manager kind of reinforced and what you answered to the mayor, so I think I'm good with that. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks, Chair.
Councillor. Oh, okay. Councillor Dominado.
Thanks, Chair. I have one last question as part of the second round, and then I'm prepared to move the staff recommendations. I just want to pose one question. It's been raised in the broader, I think, public realm about why wouldn't you continue to escalate the tax beyond 5%, 7, 10, 12%? And you spoke about the risk of tax evasion. Just to recalling, and is that my understanding is that within the Vancouver Charter, that the provision is that that tax can only be utilized for affordable housing initiatives. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So it can't be, I've heard some people suggest that, well, you should take the additional revenues and direct that towards engineering and streets and other services. That's not something we can do in the current contract.
That's right. It has to be supporting affordable housing initiatives with the revenue that's collected.
Okay, thank you. That was all my questions. And Chair, I'd be prepared to move the staff recommendations A through J at this time, if there's no further questions. And I do see there's various amendments floating around, but.
We haven't heard from the speakers yet.
Oh, sorry, I forgot this. Okay, thank
thanks.
You. I'll come back on for that.
Yeah, Councillor Kirby.
Yeah, one additional question, and just looking at the amount of revenue that was raised and the amount net that we're able to allocate, the administrative cost looks to be about 17% currently. With the tripling of the audits that's already happening from 6,000 to 18,000, do we have a sense of if that's going to change the revenue, that percentage is going to stay the same because we think we'll be bringing in more revenue and capturing some evasion through the additional audits, or do we think that that 17% administration cost is going to grow?
I think the administration cost is roughly 10%. And just in terms of the administration cost cumulatively, there was a big one-time investment of setting up the system. But generally speaking, the administration is around the range of roughly $3 million. So in terms of adding staff to complement the additional compliance activities, we do see that there's still an upside on the cost benefit.
Okay, but just to clarify on that, so you're saying it's around 10% annually to administer now, but I was just looking at the amount overall, so if it was 138 million raised, 115 million net, it's been 17% on the program to date because of the startup costs, but now it's around 10% every year.
It's roughly $3 million, and revenue has been fluctuating year over year.
It's around $3 million. But how much, if it was $3 million before the tripled audit and kind of for additional enforcement activity, what will it be moving forward? Because presumably there's more staff, so it'd be more than 3 million?
It will be more than 3 million. What we're projecting is not a significant increase, although we do see that there is opportunity in terms of looking at additional technology improvements, etc. So there may be some additional investment, but they won't be substantial.
Okay.
A lot of the money collected is going into housing initiatives.
Okay, super. Appreciate that. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby. Seeing no other question from the council, now we're going to hear from the public. The first registered speaker is Stephen McClure, and he's here in person. Hi, Stephen, please come to the podium. Thanks for coming to the council.
Hi, folks.
Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Your Honor, the Mayor, councillors. I appreciate this opportunity to tell you about how the empty homes tax has created problems for my wife and me, and to suggest some solutions. I would like to speak in favor of recommendation A, but you'll get the gist of what I have to say as I continue. I was born in Vancouver in 1958. I left in 1983 to work as a journalist in Britain. In 1985, I moved to Tokyo and have worked there as a freelance journalist and editor ever since. I have retained my Canadian citizenship, and each year my wife, Die, who is Japanese, and I have spent more time in Vancouver. My heart is here and always will be. In September 2015, Die and I fulfilled a long-standing dream and bought a one-bedroom condominium unit in Kitsilano. For 3 years, my niece Lauren lived in the condo most of the year while attending UBC. We charged her a token rent. My wife and I spent part of each summer in the condo. Our problems with the EHT began when Lauren, my niece, stayed in the condo for only 3 months in 2020 due to the pandemic. I stayed in it for another 5 months. The condo was thus occupied for a total of 8 months. But the city decided our condo was empty under the terms of the bylaw and charged us $7,870 in empty homes tax. We appealed the assessment. I am happy to report that we got our money back. I stayed in the condo for just under 6 months in 2021, and Rie, my wife, slightly less than that. Sorry to bore you with all this detail. We thought my niece would stay there for some of the remaining months, but she changed her plans at the last minute due to the impact of the pandemic on her life plans and didn't stay in the condo at all in 2021. We couldn't find a reliable tenant on short notice. We were assessed an EHT bill of $19,100 for 2021. We have filed a complaint against that assessment. By the way, I lived in our condo for more than 6 months last year and will do so from now on. Neither Rie, nor my wife, nor I are comfortable with renting our condo out to strangers. That's especially true for Rie, who, as a typical Japanese, recoils at the idea of treating our home as a commodity to be used for financial gain. She and I are collateral damage resulting from a poorly drafted, clumsily enforced bylaw. We are not rich property speculators. Rie is a retired school teacher. I am a semi-retired journalist. We have worked and saved hard to realize our dream of spending our retirement years in the two places we love most, Japan and Canada. That dream is threatened by the empty homes tax, a bylaw that is singularly empty of empathy. Speaking of empathy, I feel sorry for the poor folks, especially young families, who can't afford to live in Vancouver. But the tax, at least in its current form, is not the way to solve that problem. Obviously, governments must impose some restrictions on how people use their property. We can't open a bar in our condo or raise chickens in it. But as long as we are not actively hurting or bothering anyone else, I believe that what we do with our condo is our business. Sorry if this sounds entitled, but this is my honest belief. It's as if you bought a car and the government, besides requiring you to have a driver's license and obey the traffic laws, also tells you how often to drive your car and to hire it out as a taxi. The tax in its current form violates a principle well known to doctors. First, do no harm. While the EHT may have helped some people, it has harmed people like my wife and me. We are being penalized for our lifestyle. This is wrong and frustrating. As I try to reestablish myself in the city I love, it's like a kick in the teeth. I am not a libertarian anti-tax wacko. I believe in paying my fair share of tax. The emphasis should be on fair. The EHT lets politicians and bureaucrats give the impression of doing something about the housing crisis, which is very real. But that crisis has many causes, not least the commodification of real estate, a global phenomenon caused by very low long-term interest rates. The EHT can do little to counter this or its effects.
Sorry, Stephen. Sorry to
May
cut you off.
I've got one page. May I? Do you mind? Okay. Should Rie and I be hit with a tax bill of nearly $20,000 just because I stayed in the condo for slightly less than 6 months in 2021?
Sorry, Stephen. So we have to follow the rule, but you do have one question. Okay.
I'll shut up, but I think I made my case, yeah?
Yeah, but you do have one question from the councillor. Councillor Kirby, please go ahead.
Oh, please, yes, I'm sorry.
Hi. Yeah, thanks. I'll ask.
I thought I timed this well.
You were close, but I'll give you an option. So I was actually going to ask you a question. I think you were getting there, and that is how much, if you're comfortable sharing, bottom line, is this costing you? Because you're in your condo, you said pretty much almost for the required time, but it's costing you. Did you say 120?
$20,000, yeah.
$20,000.
Yeah, for 2021.
Based on the current 3% rate.
Yeah.
And your bill, if it was 5% and you're living there half the year, pretty much would be.
You'll have to speak up. I'm sorry, my hearing is bad.
I said, and your bill, if it was 5% and you're living there pretty much half the year, would be.
I haven't calculated it, but it'd be appreciably more than $19,100, obviously.
Okay, and right. Thank you. Is it your intention to continue maintaining the active presence here in the city and living here regularly? That's pretty much
My intention to live here, yes, as I explained. I became a tax resident of Canada on April the 22nd last year. My heart is in two places, right? I don't fit into a neat category, neither does my wife. That's the problem I have with this law, besides its presumption, as I outlined, in telling us what we should do with our property. But that aside, I've committed to living here for more than 6 months. I'm hoping that the city will return the money we've paid. We really want it back, because it's a lot of money for us, right? We're older people, we're not earning a lot of money, and people could say that, oh, we're foolish to have not planned efficiently. I don't know, but it really, really hurts, and emotionally and financially. Sorry to go on about this, but
okay. No, thank you. Thanks for speaking.
thank you. All right.
Thank you, Stephen, and sorry again for cutting you off.
Oh, it's quite all right. It's quite
Thank
all
you
right.
so much.
Thank you for hearing me out. I hope you folks do the right thing.
Thank you, thank you. The second speaker is Rohana Rezo. Is Rohana on the line?
No.
Okay, so we're gonna come back to Rohana later. The third one has withdrawn. We're gonna go to the fourth one. Marcus Weber. Is Marcus on the line?
No.
Okay. The next one is Michael Galler. Is Michael here in person? Hi, Michael, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I was last here on February 27th, 2019 to address the empty home tax. I'm back. At the time, I was concerned about the potential unintended consequences of the tax and the potential unfairness. And my main focus in those days was how it would impact second homeowners. We just heard from one person, you're going to hear from others. But over the years, because I was writing columns in the newspaper about this tax, and people started to write to me and phone me to complain about situations similar to the one we last heard. So I've come back today just to simply reinforce the fact that while I personally do not have any problems with you increasing the tax to 5%, to charge people who are deliberately keeping homes empty, and indeed, if you want to charge them more, I wouldn't object to that. What I do object to is the unintended consequences that the tax has created. And I'll quickly try and highlight a couple of them. In response to how to identify these homes, I don't think you need necessarily to hire a lot more auditors. You simply need to ask the garbage collectors. They'll tell you which single-family homes are empty, although I am aware of some people who do deliberately put out fake garbage simply to try and make their home look occupied. The auditors could also simply call the planning department, because over the last 3 years, I've discovered that people are being audited because they have not made an application, when in fact they did make a development application. But this individual will then have to go through the whole purpose of filing an appeal. A simple call to the planning department would have said, yes, an application has been made. So I do strongly urge, greater coordination between the Empty Home Tax Office and the planning. I do want to say I've had dealings with somebody in the Empty Home Tax Office who's been incredibly helpful and incredibly cooperative, but I assured him I would not name him lest that might cost him his job. Mike, that's a joke. I am particularly concerned about the application of this tax to vacant land. We call it the empty home tax. Many people don't realize it applies to empty land. And I realized the reason for that was we wanted to discourage people from demolishing homes so they could avoid paying the tax. But this tax is applying to land that was vacant, in some instances land that was never built on, or land that's been vacant for 10 years. And I have been involved in one personal situation. I did not want to get involved, but an individual who had 3 vacant lots in Marpole had been trying to get approval to build apartments. but because the zoning was for duplexes and the policy wouldn't allow a rezoning for apartments, he's ended up waiting for years and then gets charged the tax. And when I spoke to one of my friends who's been in planning for many years, he said, Michael, he could have built duplexes. Well, as we heard at the beginning of this presentation, the purpose of this tax is not to encourage people to build duplexes. The purpose of this tax should be to create a greater stock of rental accommodation. I'm going to leave the second homeowners. I think that is a concern. Particularly, it's been suggested to me, could I ask that perhaps seniors who live in their units for 4 months a year. The irony is I think second homeowners are a boon to our city. For one thing, they don't generally live all year round. They pay taxes as if they lived all year round. They don't demand school facilities for their children. They support restaurants and theater, oftentimes much more than local residents. We should actually be encouraging people to have second homes. But I also appreciate that it's very difficult for people who don't own one home or can't rent one home to see others having 2 homes. Are you aware this tax applies to live-work units? I haven't seen any reference to that. There's a documentary film maker in Vancouver who has a live-work unit built at a time when the city was promoting the construction of live-work units. Because he uses it as a studio and an office, he has to pay the empty home tax. So what did he do? I advised him to change the classification of his tax to business, to avoid the tax. Now, I share this not because I want to pretend to be clever. I share it to point out that's not creating more stock. So to conclude, my time is up. I think it's wrong to tax people because they're waiting for permits, and the July 1st date will help that. It's wrong to tax someone who wants to build rental suites but is being told by staff to keep waiting. That's wrong. So I hope
Michael.
that my comments today may be helpful.
Thank you so
very
much. Thank you for speaking to council. You do have one question from Councillor Fry. Please go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Sorry, yeah, and thanks for the presentation, Michael. You were all over the place, but you had some great points. And just on the last one,
Well, it was a 20-minute presentation, you see.
Well done, sir. Well done. So the guy in the live work that you were describing, so he was paying, he had basically a commercial office, but he was paying residential tax rate on it?
It's a condominium development at a time when many of us were encouraging the city and other municipalities to create live work because of the very nature of how it enhances the vibrancy of an area. This is one in Gastown, small number of units. Many of the units are occupied as residences. He uses his as a studio, an office.
Right, so in fairness, it should be taxed as commercial, not as residential.
Well,
if that's its exclusive use.
That's one, and you could say, well, that's one of the benefits of the tax, at least one live-work unit. However, don't try to encourage developers to build any more live-work units if the entire building is going to be taxed as commercial.
But it's not the entire building, it's just that unit being.
No, this was an exception that was able to be created. But I can tell you now that developers know that live-work units are potentially taxed as commercial. Nobody's going to build live-work units. And then who's going to start to justify when you are living in it and working in it? How much of it is live, how much is it work? This is one reason why it's probably wise to not increase the tax, if only because there are a lot of people who are going to get caught in situations like that.
Okay, and I take that point. So you mentioned the garbage man thing, which is a great kind of addition to the Andy Yan narrative. Are you suggesting that we're not capturing all the empty homes in our?
Oh, I would never comment on that. I would leave it to others to.
Well, okay.
Let me put it this way: when I wrote for the Courier, and I mentioned. Somebody wrote to me and gave me a situation. I wrote about it and suggest the headline from my Courier colleague was, empty home tax harasses city residents. There's no doubt that the auditors can be incredibly thorough. And as you probably, some of you, I'm sure, have heard, people are being asked to produce insurance statements and fire insurance statements and all kinds of documentation. So people are being incredibly thorough, but I think we all know from personal anecdote of homes that are not being occupied year-round, and people like the gentleman before me, you rent it, you use it for a few months, you lend it to a nephew for a few months, but generally you don't rent it. And the city's suggestion that, well, if you want a second home, you should just rent it out for the time you're not there. I mean, that's not realistic. That's just simply not realistic. And I don't think it's fair. Just like it's not realistic to sell someone who wants to build rental units, we'll build duplexes so you can avoid the tax.
Speaking of not fair, Michael, I'm out of time.
Thank you. Yeah, we're out of time.
That's not fair either.
No.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for speaking
Okay,
to
thank
council. Okay. The next one on the list is Rainer Borkenhagen. Is Rainer here? Yeah. Thank you, Rainer. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor, the Mayor and councillors. I want to speak again for the resolution of keeping the tax at 3% as opposed to raising it, but with a lot of caveats in that regard. And speaking as the lead for the Unjust Property Tax Coalition, we've had occasions to speak to council before. Our participants are mainly from BC, some from other provinces, rare few from overseas. 95% are Canadian. Most are seniors. In fact, 2/3 are over age 70. And we are definitely not speculative investors. We use our secondary homes for valid personal reasons. We ask you to consider the following points. The intent of the tax was originally to free up underutilized and empty homes for people who live and work in Vancouver. And the original estimates were anywhere from 10 to 22,000 underutilized, and ultimately only 1/10 were taxed in the first year, about 2,100 homes. And that number has fallen in subsequent years, as Julie Aspinall showed. And by 2021, the staff reported a 38% decline, but that's a relative decline, and it's a pittance in terms of absolute numbers relative to the housing need. The assumption was that it would increase rental vacancy and making rentals more affordable, and it's done neither. The city needs to increase long-term rentals, and the empty home tax exemption requires only short-term rental for a total of 6 months of the year. So it doesn't really address any long-term rental issues. What has been the impact of the tax on our members? When it was introduced in 2017, about 1/3 of the units owned by coalition members were tenanted part-time. The rest were owner-occupied. With the 3% tax increase in 2022, 26% of our coalition members were selling. With the 5% projected tax this year, another 48% are deciding to sell. In other words, seniors clearly don't want to be part-time landlords. Renting furnished homes short-term is impractical for them when they need usage flexibility and they have little experience as landlords. Now, the other thing is that Vancouver is focusing on, with recently employing a senior planner, on age-friendly initiatives. Vancouver is concerned about the elders. And the concept is that aging in place and providing home care is a better alternative than seniors' homes, which can't be built fast enough in any case to meet demand. City administration has launched a recent survey seeking seniors' input, and we are giving you critical input today. So what is that input? The vacancy tax discriminates against seniors. It exempts only paid work, not unpaid family support work. Coalition participants, as we are not part of the problem. We're part of the solution of the housing crisis. We haven't remained isolated in large family homes that could be put to better use by young families. We're transitioning flexibly, but maintaining a small pied-à-terre allows for intergenerational family support, such as childminding, staying connected to family events, filling in during family illness, accommodating visiting relatives or grandchildren during university years, maintaining social ties, etc. This goes to the heart of family resilience and ultimately community resilience. But what about home support services? There was recently an updated review of BC's home support services. Many seniors want to age in place, but support services can't keep up with that demand and remains unaffordable for many. So hence, more caregiving responsibility is shifting to family members and allowing the seniors flexibility with a small city pied-à-terre as families restructure and support each other alleviates family stress. It also encourages their children, middle-class professionals, to remain in the city. This is a fundamental underpinning of community resilience. The only side benefit of the EHT has been added revenue for subsidized housing. However, returns are diminishing as those owners opt to sell as a result of tax increases. So what are our recommendations? One is rescind the EHT entirely or scale it back to 1% in line with other world-class cities with vacancy taxes. Create a broader tax base. Call it a social resiliency surtax. One more recommendation to all Vancouver property owners, not just the declining 1.1% that are subject to EHT. And the third is allow for one secondary home for Canadian seniors over age 55 with family members living within metropolitan Vancouver.
Sorry, Rainer. So I have to cut you off here. You are 25 seconds over. But thanks for speaking
Thank
to
you
council.
very much.
Thank you, Rainer. Yeah.
If you have any questions,
You don't have any question.
okay.
But your opinion is being heard. Thank you. Okay, the next one is Annalisa Patterson. Is Annalisa on the line?
Yeah.
Please go ahead, Annalisa. You have 5 minutes.
I'm here to speak in favor of recommendation H, late declaration deadline. On behalf of my mother, Susan Peterson, the owner of a property on Dunsmuir Street. Susan purchased the property for my brother, Paul Peterson, to live in. Paul agreed to pay all ongoing costs related to the property, including property taxes. Susan was unaware that Paul had not submitted property status declarations as he did not forward her mail to her. In October of 2022, Susan learned that declarations had not been submitted going back to 2018 and EHT had been levied. The outstanding tax totals $29,000. Susan continues to cover costs related to the property because Paul has been unable to meet his financial commitments. Paul owed Susan more than $100,000 in costs related to the property, not including the EHT. The additional $29,000 in EHT levied by the city is an additional and significant hardship for Susan, as she is an elderly senior with a fixed income. Susan is a responsible property owner and has submitted declarations for her Fort Langley residence on time. If she had received the notices from the City of Vancouver, she would have completed the annual declarations for Dunsmuir by the deadlines. Susan has since taken steps to ensure she receives all correspondence related to the Dunsmuir property. An amendment to the bylaw to retroactively extend the filing deadline back 6 years will enable Susan to file property tax declarations for 2018, 2019, and 2020. We request that Council approve this amendment to assist people like my mother who have experienced financial hardship because of this bylaw. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Annalisa. This is the end of the speakers list. So now we're going to go back to the beginning to call the name who is not previously present. Rohana Razo, is Rohana here on the line?
I'm just checking, Chair.
Thank you.
And no.
Okay. The next one is Marcus Weber. Is Marcus on the line?
Again, no.
Okay, so that concludes our speakers list. Thank you everyone for speaking to council today. Would someone like to move a motion? Oh, Councillor Dominado, please go ahead.
Chair, I'd like to move the staff recommendations A to J, but I did want to ask a quick question before I do so. if I
Okay,
may.
so let me move you to the main queue, please. Okay, you can add you there to the main queue. So thanks everyone. I just want to clarify that we have a yellow memorandum here. So please make sure that we are speaking about this latest memorandum. Okay. Please go ahead, Councillor Dominado. Is it changed? Clerk, can you please check?
Oh, it has changed. I can move the recommendation and ask a point of information later.
That's right, yeah. So we changed from the question queue to the main queue, so please add yourself to the main queue for now. Okay, Clerk, can you please do that? Councillor Dominado, Councillor Kirby, and then Councillor Fry. Councillor Kirby is the second one.
Main queue. Let's do a point of information later and just start here.
Councillor Fry is the third one, right? Yeah, Councillor Fry is the one after Councillor Kirby. Yeah. The main queue. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Yeah. Sure. Okay, perfect. Thanks. Councillor Dominado, please go ahead.
Chair, thank you. And thank you to the speakers who've come today to speak with respect to the empty homes tax. I'm prepared at this time to move the staff recommendations A through J, and recognizing I see there's various amendments to come forward. So I'll just speak to these recommendations at this time and speak on others later. But I just want to reflect what I've heard from a number of speakers is that there continues to be some concern about the application of the empty homes tax. While I wasn't on council when it was first introduced, it really was to be responsive at a time when I think there was rampant speculation and concerns about homes not being available to people who want to live and work in the city of Vancouver. And it has been proven effective to returning underutilized homes and properties to the market for people to either purchase or to rent. I think that in hearing the staff considerations around the tax rate for this year, they're recommending that we retain 3%, and I think for good reason, around the risk of tax evasion, and that if we start to have false disclosures, then we're not actually gaining, we're not returning those homes to the market. We're also not getting the revenue that's generated from that. But I also think we need to acknowledge that the regulatory landscape has changed significantly since Vancouver introduced the empty homes tax. As was noted, we now have a provincial speculation of vacancy tax set at 2% for foreign owners, 0.5% Canadian citizens. We also have a 2-year ban on foreign ownership in this country implemented by the federal government. So that landscape has changed. I want to speak to the issue of the effectiveness and fairness because while I'll just to acknowledge the speakers who spoke today, the changes and exemptions that are proposed today do not necessarily address all of the issues identified today. It is a step forward, and this is when I was elected in 2018. This was one of the things that surfaced for me right away was that we had issues. We had the last speaker, Annalisa, who called about her mother, was that there was no off ramp for people who had in the first few years of the tax not declared. They didn't know about it. They were unaware. They were out of the country. There's a whole bunch of reasons. So the fact that we're advancing an option for late declarations and doing that up to 5 years, I think addresses that issue of fairness because we had residents who are legitimately living in their homes or renting out their homes long-term, which is what we wanted to see with the tax, who were getting caught in the red tape and then being stuck with substantive bills and faced hardship. And they weren't the people we were targeting in this empty homes tax. The exemptions proposed around applications around development permits, building permits, rezoning inquiries. We've heard from some time that was important, particularly if there was delays in permits on the city's side. Also around medical treatment. Metro Vancouver is a regional hub for medical care, which includes VGH, cancer care, Children's Hospital. And so having that exemption included, I think is critically important for families and others who are needing that care here in Vancouver. And then I think just lastly, I will, and I'll do it later through questions to staff through a point of information. I will inquire about the point raised about vacant land by Michael Geller and if they could expand on that at a later time. But I'll leave it there for now, and noting that there's other amendments coming forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dominado. Councillor Kirby.
Sorry, microphone. Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'd like to add an additional consideration to the staff recommendations that's on the floor, and that's moving the additional clause in the report of consideration A. I don't know if you want to take us to an amendment queue.
I'll take you to the amendment queue. Please add yourself to the queue, please. Okay, please go ahead.
So just for everybody that's listening along, the considerations, two alternative considerations staff provided in the report, and the one that I'm moving is consideration A that reads that council consider directing staff to report back on a graduated tax rate scheme for longer term repeat vacant properties, where properties vacant for a single year would start at a lower rate, and the rate would increase if the property was vacant for multiple consecutive years. And I think, speaking quickly to it, the spirit here is that the tax has been effective in the sense that the majority of units, around the 6,000 per that CMHC report that I referenced earlier, were returned in the early years of the tax. And now what we have, I think, is the need to be more surgical of what the prevailing problem and issue is, which is the 1,400 properties that continue to sit vacant. And so I think that this is an intention to be more surgical around identifying the specific problem, which is if we desire not to have the empty homes, and if that is the stated intent of the tax and not revenue generation, then the multiple year of allowing them to sit empty is really, I think, the point to target here. So what this does is give staff the direction to go and come back with some recommendations and considerations around what the impacts of this would be. Council will still have an opportunity to determine if it adopts this based on the context that staff comes back with, but I do believe that it's worth exploring and looking at this piece of it in terms of actually dealing with the outstanding issue, as opposed to, as we've said, and my colleague spoke earlier, around raising a tax simply for revenue generation and potentially with unintended consequences that may result in evasion. It would be honestly cheaper to pay somebody to live in your home than it would to pay the 5% tax. And I can see some very real situations. If you're paying 85 grand, 100 grand, you can just pay a student to live in your house for a few years. And that, I think, defeats the purpose of potentially providing a family home. So, and the reason I reference this is I think that these pieces work together and they're connected. And that's why I think we need to look at sort of an integrated solution. So that's the spirit of moving that additional recommendation. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby. Councillor Carr.
I'll just speak in support of that. It was certainly something that staff did indicate. I also just want to note that it's exactly the same amendment that Councillor Fry circulated to all of Council earlier today. So just want to make sure that that's put on the record. So yeah, I'll support it.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I'll also support it, and noting that, yes, I did circulate it, but it was in fact a consideration that staff provided us, and it's really staff who deserve the credit for that. I do think it's, further to Councillor Carr and Councillor Kirby Young's comments, this is, I think, does kind of really go after some of, I think, what is the most egregious part of this sort of empty homes thing, where we see that, almost abandoned property that's just being sat upon for speculative value only, and extract some value for that for the public, and recognizing that this is a good tool for its intended purposes. So,
thank you, Councillor Fry. So, seeing no one else on the queue, Okay, seeing no one else on the queue, so I'm not gonna call a vote. Clerk, please take us to the voting panel. Council, please register your vote on the voting panel. So this is voting for the amendment brought forward by Councillor Kirby. Okay, this amendment is passed unanimously with Councillor Bligh absent. Thank you. Okay, so we are 10 minutes before 12, so I think we have we need a motion to extend the meeting.
Motion to extend the meeting to complete the business
Complete the business. Okay, Councillor.
of this item. Sorry.
Okay.
It's implied, right?
We don't need a second. Okay, all in favor say yeah.
Yes.
Opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carried unanimously. Now we're gonna move back to the main queue. Councillor Kirby, you have any other comments?
Not at this time, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. I did submit a couple of amendments, one of which we just disposed of. So moving to that first amendment that I submitted, and I'm going to pull it up for my own benefit.
Just give me a second. I'm going to move you to the amendment queue. Please go ahead. Oops. Can you add yourself to the amendment queue, please? There we go, please.
And that is so we can eliminate that new letter one because we just disposed of that with Councillor Kirby Young's amendment. This is the second consideration that was provided by Council, and it's regarding the new exemption for vacant inventory, and recognizing that there may be potentially be an issue there, and this by giving us an exemption for vacant new inventory that's unsold in the year of completion plus the subsequent year, we do buy enough time to, accommodate really sort of market fluctuations that we've heard from UDI and other developers that have like constrained the sale, but not necessarily resigning ourselves to swaths of unoccupied, vacant, empty homes that if the issue could require maybe a little bit more deft kind of marketing or whatever the case may be. So this buys a little time to see if this is a market anomaly, if it's an inflationary pressure, and allow a little bit of fairness in application of the empty homes tax.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. Just to say, I'm happy to support this. I have lots of comments I've made and will make on how I don't think that exempting newly built homes helps with either the goal of the empty homes tax or our work of addressing the housing affordability crisis. But I certainly can live with this as a balance, recognizing that particularly for projects that receive an occupancy permit just before that July cutoff, it's a shorter time frame. So if this is the middle ground on this approach, I can live with that.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Kirby.
Yeah, I have 2 points of information through you, if I could, to staff.
Yep.
And the first one is just sort of the magnitude of this issue. And I heard you say it's very minor in terms of the number of units. Is that correct? Like, staff did not view this to be a substantive issue in terms of volume?
The numbers are small. In terms of 2022 was roughly 60 units.
How many, sorry?
60.
60? Okay. And the second point of information I have through you to staff is just in terms of being cognizant of alignment with provincial guidelines and regulations. Is this correct that the province does provide an exemption on sold inventory that is not constrained to the 1 year?
That's correct.
So Vancouver would be sort of not aligned or offside, if you will, with the provincial regulation if we did this?
That's correct.
Okay. Thanks for the point of information. I think my comment on this one, and I know that Councillor Boyle spoke about this, and I know she's characterized it in the media as, holding new homes or hoarding them, and that's not what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing is that the market is incentivized to sell. They actually do not do well by holding the inventory because they've got financing on projects. They need to sell those units in order to move on to developing and building new housing, which is what we need them to do. And they're not holding on to them necessarily by choice. They're holding on to them because of the economic conditions. And the report itself states that given the COVID, economic challenges, changes in kind of inflation or economic rates, people struggling to qualify for housing, all of those other factors, that's where this is. So I would be loath to put something in when we have heard from staff that there are extenuating circumstances in this case. And I also put some credence in the fact that I think the province has done a pretty good amount of due diligence around this. They also had some hiccups with the implementation of some of their speculation vacancy taxes and had to make some adjustments. But I'm not, and the province, who's incredibly bullish right now on housing, is really bullish on making sure that municipalities are doing our part to deliver it, want us to move things forward faster, might be putting quotas, for example, on delivering new housing onto municipalities, and yet they are not seeing and raising this as an issue as a fit. So I think it's honestly creating a bunch of noise around an issue that isn't actually an issue.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby. And Councillor Fry.
Well, I admit that I'm inclined towards it being a non-issue with only 60 reported cases. I do think there's a danger in comparing the provincial approach to the City of Vancouver's approach. Our empty homes tax obviously predated the provincial approach by at least a couple of years. And I think furthermore, we have a far different market than the larger provincial speculation tax covers. We have a scarcity of land. We do have, a significant problem with land that is empty. And I think that the empty homes tax in and of itself does not necessarily capture this. I do appreciate the concerns that we've heard from some of the development industry that are sitting on property that they can't move. And I think that this is a compromise to recognize, okay, well, let's give them a couple of years to buy. If this is indeed an inflationary blip, if this is a market economics condition that is unfairly impacting them, then I think that we should give that consideration. But I certainly wouldn't want to offer that in perpetuity, because I don't think that meets the intention of the empty homes tax, and recognizing the scarcity and value of land in the City of Vancouver, and of course the dearth of homes for people who want to work and live in our city.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Mayor Sim.
Yeah, I'll just keep, I'll keep my comments very brief. People that build homes have choices. They can build them anywhere. And I think anytime we create another punitive thing that sort of is a penalty out of their control, given, economic circumstances, or interest rates going up 400 or 500 basis points, just lack of demand, what have you. It just sends a signal that Vancouver's not receptive to building more homes, and we will discourage people from building more homes in the City of Vancouver. And for that reason, I can't support this amendment.
Thank you, Mayor Sim. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, I am going to support this. And, one of the things about the market is that, developers will adjust to make sure that they are meeting the actual market needs. And so in my mind, we've suffered in Vancouver from extremely high housing prices. If inventory is sitting there unsold, one of the reasons could be that they're high. I mean, the prices are very high. And the way the market tends to adjust is by bringing the prices down. And I think that this measure introduced in the amendment by Councillor Fry is just an extra incentive to make sure that the development community is paying close attention to the market and the pricing that will entice people to buy within the market rather than leaving inventory unsold.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Mayor Sim.
I actually agree with Councillor Carr. The people that build homes are smart and they do adjust. And what we've seen is a lot of people that build homes have adjusted by leaving the City of Vancouver, and they will no longer build here. And for that reason, I once again will state that I will not be supporting this amendment.
Thank you, Mayor Sim. Councillor Kirby.
Yeah, I just want to add one other quick comment to the comment from my colleague around that developers will adjust. It's really interesting to note in the report that they would if they could, but it says that a number of the units that are unsold are the family units the City of Vancouver told them they had to build. So they were required to build them, and now they're trying to sell them. So, you know, to Mayor Sim's point, we're not providing a lot of flexibility. We're putting in all these requirements, and then we're saying, we're asking you to do that. Now we're going to tax you on the thing that we asked you to do. That because of conditions, it's hard to sell. And you're right. There are a lot of developers that are doing projects in a lot of other cities. I hear from it all the time. Toronto, Seattle, Burnaby is cited often as an easier place to do business. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby. So seeing no other people on the line to speak to this amendment, I'm now gonna call to the voting panel. Clerk, please take us to the voting panel, and Councillor, please register your vote. This is about the amendment that Councillor Fry put forward. Okay, so this amendment failed with Councillor Zhou, Councillor Kirby, Dominado, Councillor Montague, Claassen, Messner, and Mayor Sim in opposition, and Councillor Bligh absent. Now we're going to go back to the main queue. Councillor Fry, do you have any other questions?
Chair, I'll come back on in a sec. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I circulated an amendment as well.
Okay, let me move you to the amendment queue. Please add yourself there. Okay, please go ahead.
Thanks. So I circulated an amendment directing staff to increase enforcement of the empty homes tax, as well as enforcement of other related housing bylaws that all work towards this same central objective of the empty homes tax, which is to return empty or underutilized properties to use as long-term homes for people who live and work in Vancouver. It was helpful to hear, as we all have heard before, that ramping up audits has been very effective. That has been the direction before. And I think given its effectiveness, given some of what we heard out of this UI report about a concern about people getting around this tax, that it is worthwhile for us to continue to increase enforcement.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Montague.
Thanks, Chair. I think we should be focused on ensuring that the tax that's in place is enforced fairly, not that there's just more enforcement on the tax in general. I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else on the queue, so let's go to the voting panel for this amendment. So just to be clear, we are voting for the amendment brought forward by Councillor Boyle. Okay, so this motion failed, this amendment with Councillor Zhou in opposition, Councillor Dominado, Councillor Montague, Councillor Claassen, Councillor Messner, and Mayor Sim in opposition. Okay, yeah. Okay, so, okay, clerk, can we change that? Do we need to retract the vote or? You want to reconsider, Councillor Kirby?
Yes, I'd like to reconsider.
Okay, so we need to reconsider the vote, please. So let's make a vote again. This is in the motion for this. Okay, so we need a motion for this, and all in favor say yeah. Opposed say nay. The motion is reconsider the vote. All in favor say yeah.
Okay.
Opposed say nay. Thank you. The motion carried unanimously. So now let's go to the voting panel again. This is Councillor Boyle's amendment. Councillor Fry and Councillor Messner. Councillor Fry? Okay. This amendment failed with Councillor Zhou, Councillor Kirby, Councillor Dominado, Montague, Claassen, and Messner, and Mayor Sim in opposition, and Councillor Bligh absent. Now we're going to go back to the main queue. So Councillor Boyle, please go ahead.
Yes, maybe I will just say that I am surprised with so much discussion about law and order that we are not enforcing our own tax more strongly, but I will leave the rest of my comments for later.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Clausen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I have an amendment.
Okay, so I'll move you to the amendment queue. Please add yourself there. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so what I've learned about this tax is that as of 2022, the city's collected about $138 million. Of that, $115 million has been allocated to affordable housing initiatives, with the difference covering the startup costs and ongoing administration of the tax. The staff report acknowledged that the development industry is seeking retroactivity for the changes, especially for unsold inventory. It's well understood that the impact of the COVID pandemic directly impacted people's willingness to change their living arrangements during that time, creating extraordinary market conditions that would not have been predicted and are not foreseen in the future. As Councillor Kirby Young mentioned, also the inventory that that has been problematic is the same that the City of Vancouver advised the industry to build. And we know that any additional costs associated by development are passed on to renters and home buyers, not to the developers, and making additional changes on unsold inventory charges on unsold inventory is counterintuitive to our quest for more housing attainability. As well, we see that the province's own speculation tax exempts new vacant inventory. So I think the amendment being proposed to the existing vacant land exemptions that were made effective starting 2022 vacancy reference year should apply to unsold inventory, and exempt them in the same manner would be consistent and fair.
Thank you, Councillor Clausen. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I am actually sort of stunned that we are proposing basically returning $3 million plus in funds that have largely already been collected for a bylaw that was understood and actually was passed unanimously by the last council, of which there is still a majority of members on this council, that instead the proposal here, not just to exempt newly built properties, but to retroactively write a check back that for $3 million plus that has largely been collected and is earmarked within the empty homes tax.
Point of order, Chair. I think we might have erroneous facts here, and maybe through you, the Chair. I don't believe we've collected it yet. I believe it hasn't been collected. Can we verify that with the City Manager, just so we have a fact-based discussion?
Can we clarify that, City Manager?
We have received at least some of it. I'm not sure if all of it, but we have received payments from a number of.
Okay, but not $3 million. We haven't collected all. We're not writing a check back for $3 million. Can we just ground this in facts, please?
Refer to Julie on the actual amount.
We don't have the exact amount, but we could certainly find out, but we have collected a certain amount already.
Okay, I would look forward to getting that back. Thank you. And perhaps we can stick to facts.
Thanks. Please go ahead.
Thanks. So I asked earlier how much a retroactive move back to 2022 would result in the return of, and my memory is that I was told around $3 million. So that is $3 million that was part of the policy and that would have been earmarked toward social housing as per the requirements of the empty homes tax, and that if this passes would instead be either not collected or returned back. And I mean, I am almost speechless, which is uncommon for me. It's like a reverse Robin Hood tax, and I am strongly against it.
Councillor Fry.
Oh, that reverse Robin Hood line is a really tough act to follow. I'm also a little incredulous that we're advancing an indeterminate amount of money from social housing to return vacancy payments. So I won't be supporting this amendment. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I am supportive of the amendment. I think that to some of the points raised earlier, we are requiring developers to build family-sized units, 2 to 3 bedrooms, and those are slower to sell, and they can be quite expensive. But we desperately need those units in Vancouver, and we don't need to scare away builders, developers from building in Vancouver at all. And I think there's a danger of that. So we need to do everything we can. And this council on the ABC side is committed to doing everything we can to ensuring that we build more homes in Vancouver. So we need to get barriers out of the way and not add more barriers to building homes in Vancouver.
Councillor Clausen.
Yeah, just to reiterate, even if we were looking at any kind of return, probably be around approximately 1% of $115 million that has been collected since the beginning of this tax that has been directly put into affordable housing projects in the city. And of course, if those charges were to remain, they would go directly onto the bills of people who are paying rent and trying to buy homes in the city of Vancouver. It would be absolutely counterintuitive for us to be taxing the buyers and the renters of those homes when we could really not do that and apply this tax fairly, just as the province has. Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Fry.
Sorry, I guess this may be a point of information through you to the city manager. Would this money be returned to renters? I mistook it. I thought the money was going to be returned to the developers.
Leave that to the city manager to answer.
If there are refunds paid, it would be to the party who paid it. So it would be the owners of the units, was the developers.
Okay, so contrary to Councillor Classen's assertion, it's not being paid to renters. Okay, thanks. I just needed to be clear.
Okay, thanks. Mayor Sim.
Chair, through to you to, I guess, maybe the city manager. But based on your experience, when developers develop and they get charged fees, do they pass it on to future purchasers of homes or renters?
That's thanks through the chair. It's a complicated question, Mayor. I mean, generally, the price of market units is set by the market.
Yeah.
So developers will charge what people will pay. It's not necessarily a function of their cost. And certainly this is a question that comes up in relation to CACs. So it's hard. I can't attest to how it would be translated back in through their cost structures to their pricing.
But at the end of the day, at some point, so the person who purchases a home pays for all the costs as well.
On the general assumption that developers are not going to sell at a loss, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other people on the line, so I'm not gonna call a vote. Clerk, please move us to the voting panel, and council, please register your vote on the voting panel. And this is for the amendment brought forward by Councillor Clausen. Okay, so this amendment passed with Councillor Carr, Councillor Boyle, and Councillor Fry in opposition, and Councillor Bligh absent. Thank you. So, Councillor Clausen, you have anything to add?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Dominado.
Thanks, Chair. I just have a quick question, point of information, sorry, through you to staff. And it's just in follow-up to a couple of speakers I couldn't get to earlier. And it is just the subject of vacant land. I'm wondering if staff could comment on that to the point that was made by Michael Geller around vacant lands that have never been developed, can't be developed for some reason, being subject to the empty homes tax, and whether we have looked or are looking at that further.
Staff did look at in terms of the vacant land. What we're seeing is the number of vacant lands is small. So we have also seen vacant lands that have been vacant for a long time. So this tax is to actually encourage that development of the vacant land.
Okay, and then, I want to follow up on another comment that was made by a speaker, and that was with respect to the context of family members, particularly seniors who may be wanting to be here to be close to family and children and grandchildren, and whether we've ever explored some sort of option or exemption around that.
I think in terms of looking at targeting specific certain demographics, I think we're going to have to take that back in camera and discuss that with legal. But generally speaking, we don't look at the demographics in terms of levying the tax as opposed to the property itself and the usage.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dominado. Mayor Sim.
Yeah, I'll keep my comments pretty short. I just want to thank the speakers for coming in today, and I just want to let you know that we heard a lot of great comments, got insight, and we will take them back and look at them and follow up. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. I submitted a new amendment to the clerks. And hopefully this isn't too controversial with my colleagues. I guess we can move to an amendment queue.
Sorry, Councillor Fry. So I'm going to move you to the amendment queue. Yeah, so please add yourself there. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so this is just directing staff to report back with recommendations for enhanced proactive enforcement and reporting methods for undocumented empty homes, including but not limited to number one, identifying high-volume short-term rental hosts on publicly listed sites. So really, you know, we know that there's many of these sort of Airbnb-type listings, and they identify themselves as superhosts, and they're often renting out apartments for beyond 6 months out of a year, and that would be easy to track on. So really asking staff to report back on that, and also, as I sort of indicated earlier, that there is no real sort of public ask of an opportunity for folks to, it's not listed on the VAN 311 portal, it's not listed on the city's empty homes tax webpage. And I appreciate that you could call it into 311 if you knew to do that, but I think that providing those options for the public who may be concerned about this to be able to Google it would be helpful. So that, sir, is my amendment.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby.
Thanks, Chair. I have a point of information through you to staff, and then I also have a comment. And starting with my point of information to the city manager, with respects to A, we have a pretty robust, I think Vancouver's been cited for being one of the first to implement short-term regulations, having the third-party OTAs or online travel agencies and other folks register and really identifying a number of those. We've had regular updates. I recall them like every year on this. Are we not already doing identifying high volume short-term rental hosts on these sites? We have an entire department doing it. We get regular updates. What would be new here?
We, thanks through the chair, we certainly have our proactive enforcement team that's enforcing the short-term rental bylaw. I would defer to the team that's here around the empty homes tax enforcement. Again, I think has been spoken about. There is work that's done where that's feasible to kind of use that data where we're not breaching the kind of privacy obligations that we have in relation to the data we get directly from Airbnb. But I see Ian's up as well. So.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That's correct. The other issue with A that I'd just like to point out is that if something's being rented as a short-term rental within our bylaws, it is already somebody's principal residence and therefore cannot be subject to the vacancy tax. So you would only
actually be competing. Our policies would start to conflict with each other.
That's correct. The issue would be if it was an illegal Airbnb, and of course we would, or short-term rental, and of course we would be attempting to enforce that primarily through our short-term rental.
Okay, so I am going to ask Chair for a ruling, but before I do that, I want to make a comment, but I'll give you a heads up. I'm going to ask for a ruling pursuant to Section 8.7F that it's dilatory, incorrect, frivolous, or rude. The definition of frivolous being that it is redundant and the city's already doing something. We've also heard from our legal counsel, Ian Dixon, that this would pose a legal issue with our existing bylaw with respect to short-term rentals that have to, by definition, be a primary residence. But my comment before I do that, and I'm troubled by B and some of the dialogue here around, I feel like the undercurrent of reporting here, there's been comments around law and order and comments about reporting and, getting into the very upsetting area around privacy legislation and laws is that it's starting to feel like this is going to be a spy state, and we should have people dressed in, you know, Mission Possible kind of black clothing and be jumping out of bushes to spy on their neighbors because their light's not on or because their garbage can is not full. And so I think we're going down a slippery slope here, but I'm going to on B. I'm going to formally ask for a ruling, as I said, about this amendment being out of order pursuant to 8.7F based on the rationale that I stated and based on what we've heard from city legal.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby. We need to take a quick recess, evaluate this point of information. Okay, we're gonna be back in 3 minutes.
For sure. No. So you're. Oh, okay. But you guys don't have these. Exactly. I missed it. So these make some noise. Oh, okay.
Okay, everyone, let's continue our council meeting. We have quorum now, so I'm gonna ask, after discussing with the city manager and clerk, we're gonna rule this in order because this is just a report back. It's nothing to do about the redundancy, so this is in order. Okay, so
Can I ask a follow-up point of information? So we just heard legal counsel say this would conflict with the bylaw. Is legal not advising that it's ill-advisable for us to pursue a direction that would materially put our bylaws at odds? Can we get a follow-up from that, from staff?
please go ahead.
Sorry, if I left the impression that there was a conflict in the bylaws, I meant I did not intend to leave council with that impression. There's no conflict. It's duplicative, and I would say it's in some ways unnecessary, but there's not a direct conflict.
So, okay, I'm just going to reflect back, Chair, just to be clear. So we've just had legal state that it's duplicative and therefore redundant, which is the definition of 8.7F, but you're just saying it's a report. So we would just wait till we get the report back, at which point we would then rule that it was duplicative, but we would send staff away to do the work. Am
That's
I
right.
understanding that correctly?
Yes, because this particular amendment is about report back to council.
Okay, so we send staff off to do some work that's going to come back, and then we'll determine at that point it would be duplicative. I understand. Okay, thank you. So I will be voting against this amendment. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I am happy to support this. I appreciate that there's already work being done on short-term rental, but I can tell you from the thousands of doors that I knocked during the campaign, that there were lots of places that sure had signs of being illegal short-term rentals, and I heard that concern from many neighbors in neighborhoods around the city. So I appreciate Councillor Fry's recommendations here around enhanced proactive enforcement, and am happy to support them.
Thank you. Councillor Fry?
Yeah, so with respect to Ian Dixon's comments, I just want to clarify that this, our short-term rental bylaws, that work is done by the DBL department. That is an entirely different department than the empty homes tax department. So it's not duplicative at all. In fact, it's asking an entirely different department to take a look at publicly available records and use that as a tool for researching perhaps where there may be empty homes. It's got nothing to do with them enforcing on short-term rentals. It's them identifying places that are renting out for more than 6 months of the year. And potentially they may fall afoul of the short-term rental bylaw, but as Mr. Dixon had previously explained, that would run afoul of our FIPA obligations as far as sharing that data. So they're not duplicative, they're not mutually exclusive. As to the second rather alarmist notion that this would lead to people running around like cloak and dagger with trench coats spying on each other, that's not the case. I certainly didn't indicate that at all. What this is asking for simple language to be added, inviting folks to use our web portals, which they currently do not. There is no mention on either our VAN 311 portal or on the actual empty homes tax webpage to tell folks how they can report an empty home. I think that's a reasonable ask. It's certainly not an overly policing or overly, it's not a big brother ask. This is really just a pretty basic thing to allow some digital access for folks who may want to Google empty homes tax and find an option to report it. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carr?
Thank you. I can't understand why we wouldn't want to ask staff to come back with some potentially new ideas, new ways to look at identifying empty homes. I mean, I would hope everyone around this table is supportive of the idea, the whole idea behind the empty homes tax, which is to return empty homes to being lived-in residences. So, in this case, it's simply a report back asking staff to determine if there are any other proactive enforcement and reporting measures using the tools that we have within the city. I certainly, and I imagine all of you have been approached by people who go, I suspect that there's an empty home. What do I, or this condo next to me is empty. What do I do about it? Who do I call or whatever? So this is about engaging or offering more resources to the public to be able to identify those homes. And so I would just look forward to the results of that report back.
Councillor Dominado?
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question through you to staff and then a request to the clerks. Just with respect to the added letter and A specifically, would the takeaway be, based on there seems to be mixed views about whether this particularly A needs to be passed today, but what I'm hearing is there needs to be maybe greater levels of coordination between departments, and I heard that also from a speaker earlier. Would that be a takeaway regardless of whether that passes?
Thanks, through the chair. That is something that the teams do today. I think we're always looking at opportunities to continue to enhance that as far as we can, kind of within our legal constraints. And so, yes, as a general principle, we would be pursuing that irrespective of kind of this particular decision here today.
Okay, thank you, City Manager. And clerks, I'd like to sever A and B, please. I'll just briefly speak to, in particular, B. I actually think that there is merit in supporting purposeful, as it's described as purposeful, inviting tips on the city's empty homes tax webpage and VAN 311 portal. And that actually stems from conversations I had over the course of the election door knocking, meeting people who are seeing their neighborhoods gutted in some fashion because there have been these standing vacant homes. And so they actually want to report and notify the city because what they want is they don't want empty homes. They want thriving neighborhoods. And so I think that it's a very reasonable request to enhance that. I don't think it's a lot of work, but enabling the public to report where they feel it's necessary. So happy to support B. Thank you.
Thank you. So seeing no one else on the queue, so we need to do the vote. We have to sever A and B. So, yeah. So we need to vote for A first. Okay, so Councillor, please register your vote. This is for A. Councillor Dominado. Clause A in the amendment failed with Councillor Zhou, Councillor Kirby Young, Dominado, Montague, Claassen, Meissner, and Mayor Sin in opposition, and Councillor Bligh absent. Okay, now we're gonna vote for the clause B in this amendment. Councillor, please register your vote. Okay, Councillor Kirby Young. Okay, so this motion carries with Councillor Kirby Young in opposition and Councillor Bligh absent. Okay, now we're gonna go back to the main queue. Councillor Fry?
I guess just in closing, I'll ask the vote on for item A to be severed on the final vote, and you know, I guess I've found the empty homes tax to be useful, and I think could use some more work. And certainly, I do want to acknowledge some of the comments from Rainier and Michael Geller and others talking about some of the fairness issues, and I think that is important to recognize, and I think that there's always work to be done on that particular front. And I want to note that when it comes to people like Rainier, I'm sorry, I'm not going to single you out, Rainier, but you've written to us before, and I believe that you're an honest person who gets caught up in this, and that there are folks who are exploiting the situation and who are holding empty properties to the detriment of our city. And I don't believe that you're one of them. I believe that, in fact, you get caught up in being an honest broker and reporting fairly and accurately the amount of time that you're here. And I do just want to acknowledge that there is a distinction there. And I'm frankly a little disappointed that we're not taking a stronger look at, or the opportunity to look at short-term rentals, because we know just, you know, like a pretty cursory look at the number of short-term rentals in our city versus the number of licenses that we give out for short-term rentals suggest that there are a lot more empty homes being operated as short-term rentals than we are actually collecting empty homes tax for. That's some simple math that you can pull out from our open data catalogs, from the report that our staff gave us, and the listings that are scrapable out there of short-term rentals. So it's disappointing that there's less interest in that. We're really looking at this empty homes tax as a council to figure out how we can pay back some of the developers that have overpaid on empty homes, and really ultimately protect short-term rentals that are kind of destroying a lot of our communities. But on the whole, thanks staff for all the work on the empty homes tax.
Hey, Council, so I'd like to call recess for this meeting because we have a public event, also because we have 1 p.m. In camera meeting. Do we need a motion for this? Recess now? Okay. 1:15. Okay, so the motion here is we're gonna recess the meeting and push the in-camera meeting to 1:15. 1:15. This meeting is 4 p.m., right, Clerk? Yeah, 4 p.m. resuming this meeting. Okay, all in favor say yeah. Opposed say nay. Okay. We'll now take a recess. Thanks, everyone.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing. To join the conference.
Hey, Elise, are you online? Can you hear us?
Hey, Cassia. Elise isn't at her desk.
All good, no worries, Bonnie. Bonnie, would you be able to do a quick sound check? Is that all good?
You've got it to email out.
Okay, let me try.
Recirculate the.
I guess. Can you circulate?
Hi, Cassia. Can you hear me?
Hey, is that Elise or is that Bonnie?
It's Elise.
Hey,
Sorry, I
Elise.
was in camera.
All good, no problem. Thanks so much.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Bye.
get going. Okay, so we're gonna reconvene our committee Sorry, sorry.
The yellow memorandum.
I don't know whose that one is.
I'll take it.
I don't. Okay, so we will call back to order the committee meeting today, and thank you to Vice Chair Zhao for chairing this morning. So we are on item 5, report back increasing the empty homes tax to 5% and improving compliance. And we are in debate and have an amended recommendation on the floor. And Councillor Fry, you have the floor. You do. Sure. There's other people you could. This is to the main motion as amended. It's also being circulated to all of council in an email and will be brought up on the screen as well. So you're okay for now, Councillor Fry? Okay. No problem. Councillor Montague.
Just hold over. I don't remember what I was going to say, so I guess you can probably
Sure,
take
no
me off
problem.
the queue as
Councillor
well.
Dominato's not here. Councillor Carr.
I remember either, so.
Fair enough. I see Councillor Kirby Young is on the queue. It seemed to just appear. Okay, so we are going to go to Councillor Boyle, who is in the room.
Made myself some notes earlier so I could remember. So first of all, I'm going to ask that we sever out both A and E. They can be together or separate, but separate from the rest of the letters. And we'll just say I'm glad to see a number of new exemptions to improve fairness included in this report, particularly that address a number of concerns that many of us here have heard from residents around renos, around health exemptions, et cetera. As Councillor Fry said, I think really well earlier, there are certainly people who in good faith are caught up in this system, and I really appreciate the direction from the last council and the work of staff in bringing back some really thoughtful amendments to make sure that we are doing this fairly. I am sorry to see my amendment to increase enforcement not pass. I think those two pieces are important together, to be creating exemptions for good faith actors and to be strengthening enforcement where there are bad faith actors, both well, to get at the goal of this tax to bring homes into the long-term rental market. I feel strongly that reducing the rate of the empty homes tax is a step backwards, and I'm sorry to see that happen. I won't belabor the point at this time in the day. And I am particularly distraught to see us retroactively exempting new unsold vacant homes. We heard some rough numbers earlier, but I understand now that total that would be collected and is 3.8 million. So the total from last year, from 2022, that we are that we would have been allocating toward social housing and non-market housing, but now won't be, is 3.8 million, and the amount of that we have actually already collected and will now be writing checks back to is 2.4 of that. That is a lot of money that we that is badly needed in addressing funding gaps and deepening affordability of non-profit housing. We know that clearly, and so I think that's a big move in the wrong direction, and I will be voting strongly against that. And I will just leave it there because we have a lot on our agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I just, not to repeat much of what Councillor Boyle said, but I am disappointed with the retroactive application for reimbursement to developers over unsold property and keeping that exemption in perpetuity rather than the proposed, let's see how it works for a year and give a little bit of latitude for, you know, economic conditions that we might be experiencing. Also very disappointed that we're not really correlating the very real scenario where we know that we have in the neighborhood of 3,600 short-term rentals, many of which are superhosts, many of which are not even captured under our short-term rental bylaw because they're not registering, because the MOU between Airbnb and the City of Vancouver is a voluntary one, so there's no obligation to license those short-term rentals. And this seems like the low-hanging fruit to really cross-reference and look at those listings and filter out. You can scrape these quite easily and filter out the superhosts and find out who's renting their places for more than 6 months a year, because ergo they are an empty home because they can't possibly be living there and meeting our empty homes guidelines. That said, I do want to echo appreciation for staff and all the thoughtful work that went into the various tweaks and recommendations to make this a little bit more fair for folks who are getting caught up in inadvertently, and the constant sort of reflection and updating of the empty homes tax program. I think it's been working well for the City of Vancouver. It's obviously generated us a significant amount of money that's gone into affordable housing, and it's also reintroduced a lot of this housing that's otherwise moribund and unused and actually becomes homes for people. So that's also a success. And I'm glad to see that it hasn't been completely gutted today and that we're still continuing with the empty homes tax in Vancouver. So thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fry. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Chair. Just echoing a little bit of some of what Councillor Fry said, I think staff did a fantastic job of refining and working on one of the tools we have in the toolkit to try and make sure that we're addressing housing affordability in the city. People have been looking at the City of Vancouver and seeing that this model, and the fact that we have been able to put $115 million since the inception of this tax into housing affordability and to create more attainable housing for people in the city, I think is a real something that we could be actually very proud of. However, we have seen that there needed to be changes that were made to this tax through a series of amendments. I'm very pleased that we were able to address concerns around late filings. I've been dealing with a stakeholder who contacted me early on about the fact that though her home was occupied, she was out of the country and was going to be on the hook for $30,000 payment, even though she was following the spirit of the regulation. So with these changes, she'll be forgiven for that and just merely have to pay a late filing fee. I've also heard from people who've had a home and that has been abandoned by an elderly person, and that person has gone into long-term care, but they have a family member who is here in the city giving as much time as they can provide comfort for their elderly family member. So this amendment for medical reasons will allow that person to be able to use that home and be able to stay here in the city and attend to their elderly family member as they sort of live out their journey through a care home. And then finally, the matter of the built inventory came up. This is something that has unfortunately been going on for a long time, and we only had our very first opportunity to address it today. In the grand scheme of things, it is a relatively small amount of money that will help keep the costs down for the development of for those who are purchasing or occupying these buildings. It also sends a signal, which we have been since we've begun governing in this chamber, that we want more people to be working in the city of Vancouver to build more housing, create more affordability, and create more supply. And I think if without doing this, we would have sent a signal that we don't care about that. And this is, I think, an opportunity for us to really level set and make sure that people are paying the tax that should be paying the tax as it was intended. And finally, on the question that was discussed around whether we raise the amount or we keep it as it is and retain the existing 3%, I think the evidence borne out from the information we provided from our outside consultants and as well from city staff here makes it more clear to me that the best amount that we would be charging is this 3%. And I'm very pleased that we are looking at possibly a graduated increase. And so I look forward to when staff comes back with those comments and ideas. And again, I do believe that we'll be revisiting this in a year's time and looking at whether the things that we've implemented are working and if there are more changes to be made to make this the most effective tool that will help to create, again, make more housing available. And my sort of final comment that I should add with regards to the standing inventory, we're simply following what the province is doing. The provincial government is already doing this through their speculation tax. We're simply modeling what we're doing after what they're doing as well. So I'm very much looking forward to supporting this motion as amended. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Meisner.
Thank you. Yes, I'll also be supporting this motion as amended. I think Councillor Klassen illustrated a lot of the changes that have been made that I think are common sense changes that are going to ensure that this program continues to be effective and efficient at raising money that has generated $115 million for affordable housing initiatives. So I am glad that we are trusting the analysis that was done, the staff advice, and what we heard from the public. Keeping it at its current level to ensure that there's continued good compliance and avoiding any tax evasion. I think some of the changes that have been made that I just wanted to highlight that haven't been mentioned yet that are very positive are around addressing some of the fairness and unintended consequences we were seeing. So we were seeing people that went through a flood or a fire and their home wasn't able to be occupied and they were being subject to this tax. So I'm glad that we're addressing that. That's already an extremely stressful situation. I had a flood last summer and it was a nightmare. Thankfully I wasn't out for a year though, but some people are. So I'm glad to see that addressed. Also the medical secondary residence is very important that we're having an exemption around that with sufficient doctor's notes required annually to ensure that that's all above board, as well as the one-time exemption for 2023 vacancy year for units that previously had strata rental restrictions. I think everyone is aware that there's been changes to that on the provincial level. So that will align with the new legislation coming into place that will prevent those sort of strata age or rental restrictions. And it will also prevent a scenario, and I mentioned this earlier, where we don't want developers to be skittish about building family-sized units in Vancouver because we desperately need them and we require them as well as city policy. So they can be harder to sell. So we want to ensure that those units continue to get built and that developers aren't fearful of doing that and not being able to sell it and being subjected to a tax. So again, very happy to see the continuation of EHT at its current level and with the addition of these thoughtful exemptions that will hopefully help resolve some of those unintended consequences, and we'll continue to look at those unintended consequences that we heard today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Zhou.
Chair, so I feel that I don't have enough information to help me justify the decision to increase to 5% from 3%. I think from this Ernest Young report, it says increase the downstream, it will increase the downstream taxpayers' complaints as well as the legal dispute, and perhaps even consume more resource in auditing from the city. So I think because of that, I would like to keep the 3% for another year. So once we collect more data and do a thorough evaluation for one more year, and it will be really helpful for us to facilitate the decision in 2024. And also talking about this retroactive to 2022's decision. So I believe this retroactivity decision, recognize the fact that the pandemic really significant affect the sales in 2022. This was not a choice by developers not to sell the units, but they just couldn't sell because of the market, because of the pandemic situation. So this decision is really aligned with many governments' policy from different levels of government to provide some pandemic relief to the affected business. So I think it's really, this policy makes sense to me. And also, that being said, I think I would strongly encourage staff to explore the feasibility of implementing a tiered, or what we call the graduate empty home tax system. I believe by imposing a lower tax on homeowners have a vacant for a shorter period of time, but higher rate on homes that is being vacant for a long period of time. This system can really incentivize the property owners to rent out or sell their properties more quickly. This can help to increase the availability of housing in the market and reduce the impact of property speculation. So I think this tiered system has been used in many areas, like taxi, hydro bills, like car rental as well. So I think we really need to, explore the robust system that would generate more benefits, compared to this flat rate system. So with that, I'd like to support this motion, amended motion. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zhou. So that brings us to the end of the speakers list, and I'll just clarify that the mover of the recommendations moved the recommendations with the yellow memo. Is it Councillor Dominato? Okay, great. That's great. So your mic's not on, but hearing that you did, and that consideration A was moved by Councillor Kirby Young. So that's what we'll be voting on. You have it in your email. It's up on the screen. And there is a request to sever A and E together, or vote separately on each. Okay, so we'll be voting on A and E first. Okay. And I'll call a vote. Thank you. And that recommendations A and E pass with Councillor Carr, Councillor Boyle, and Councillor Fry in opposition. And we will now vote on the balance of the motion. Oh, sure. Thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. Vote of system favor. And that motion passes with unanimous support. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you to staff and the speakers for that item. We will now bear with me for just a second as I get my bearings here. So, which one? Page. Just looking for the page number. Okay, so we will be moving to referred items. We have 5 items on the agenda that were referred from the council meeting yesterday to today's meeting. 1 report was referred due to time constraints, and 4 members' motions were referred in order to hear from speakers, followed by debate and decision. Another reminder that amendments must be submitted to the clerk in final written form before the member introduces them. The first and only referred report is item 10, annual report of the Office of the Integrity Commissioner and review of the Code of Conduct bylaw, which was report number 5 on the council agenda yesterday at the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting on April 26, 2023. Council dealt with recommendation A of the above noted item, and recommendations B and C were referred to the council meeting on May 9th, 2023 in order to receive more information on the matter. Recommendations B and C were previously moved by Councillor Kirby Young. Subsequently, at the council meeting on May 9th, due to time constraints, the item was referred to today's Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting. So a memo addressing council's questions was previously circulated to the council and also posted publicly. And so I see we've got a full queue, question queue.
Chair, I have a point of privilege, if I might,
Yes.
before we begin.
Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks. I've decided not to participate in the vote on the balance of this motion because while it doesn't explicitly contemplate changes to reimbursement of legal fees after a councillor has gone through a code of conduct complaint, I have concluded, which has been a practice where council can apply for reimbursement once a complaint is concluded and they are found to be absolved of that complaint. But I will have a pending request for reimbursement, and so in abundance of caution, I'm going to recuse on the remainder of the item.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Kirby Young. That is understood. Oh, okay, great. Thank you, Councillor Montague. Perhaps for the record, would you mind, Councillor Montague, since it's on the agenda for today, do you mind stating the reason that you're recusing yourself? Thanks. Just for the record for today.
Yeah, I'll be declaring a conflict because I have an ongoing complaint in front of the Integrity Commissioner.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. So we are in the question queue. Council, this is your moment to be able to ask questions of staff. So okay. Would you just state it for yourself?
Sorry. I will also be declaring a conflict of interest out of an abundance of caution related to a code of conduct complaint and likely request for reimbursement for legal fees as a result.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. Okay, so we'll just give everyone a second to leave the room here. And Councillor Damanado, you do have the floor.
I think this was just a holdover from last week or from earlier in the day, so I don't have any questions on this matter.
Oh, okay. Well, let me just, I'm going to go ahead and clear the queue. And if people have, if councillors, members have questions, that you can go ahead and pop your name back on the queue. Councillor Klassen. Questions to staff?
I'm sorry, no, this is not a question to staff. I actually was, sorry, I went on too quick.
Okay, no problem. Perhaps you have no questions at this time. So we will go to the main queue, and I'm going to clear the queue. And if you'd like to speak to this item, please go ahead. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Chair. I have an amendment that is just been sent out, so I'd like everybody to take a couple of minutes to read through it. It's just with regards to reimbursement for any legal costs.
Okay, I'm going to move us to an amendment Q1. And Councillor Klassen, if you'd like to put yourself back on the queue, you are free to introduce your amendment.
I'll read it just because everybody's probably doing the same thing. It's an amendment to item C, that council instructs staff to bring forward, and I'm hoping we can pull it up on the screen as well, instruct staff to bring forward proposed amendments to the Code of Conduct and Mayor and Councillor Expenses Bylaw, number 11529, also known as the Expenses Bylaw, to reflect the recommendations endorsed, including a further provision to the Councillor Expenses Bylaw, number 11529, that would allow all council members to access new collective expense fund for up to $5,000 per year, per council member, as per recommendation 3 of Appendix B, for the purpose of obtaining an independent legal advice as to their duties and obligations under the Code of Conduct, Financial Disclosure Act, and conflict of interest provisions in the Vancouver Charter, sections 145.2 to 1.5.91. Source of funding to be the Revenue Stabilization Reserve for 2023 and to be included in the draft operating budget for 2024. Further, that it also be noted for clarity that legal expenses incurred with respect to an existing complaint, action, prosecution, inquiry, or a proceeding would not be an eligible expense for this new fund and would continue to be dealt with by way of a request for indemnification and or reimbursement to council in accordance with the Vancouver Charter.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any discussion? Councillor Meisner.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm supportive of this amendment. We all know how expensive lawyers are, and it is a strain on our expense budget should we need to engage a lawyer for independent legal advice. So I think this is a reasonable amount of money, and I'm supportive of making this change.
Okay, thank you very much. And seeing no one else in the queue, we can go to a vote, please.
I'd like a little bit more time to review. This seems like it may have some significance legally, and I just want to have a little bit more time to review it since it is dropped on us rather suddenly.
Okay, 5-minute recess?
Sure.
Is that enough time?
Move it.
Okay, I'm seeing consensus for a 5-minute recess, so I'll call a 5-minute recess. Thanks. Okay, so we can call our meeting back to order. And Councillor Fry, you have the floor. And I'll just get you to put your mic on. I don't know what. Yeah, we are having a bit of an issue with the mics turning on and off. What? Oh, is it? Okay, I'm very sorry, but we can't seem to turn people's mics on, so we're going to have to just take a quick recess. Yeah. Oh, wait, it looks like we've resolved the issue. So Councillor Fry, let's see if we can do this again. No? Maybe we need to. I'm not touching it. So if somebody could please help Councillor Fry, that'd be great. There we go.
All right, there we go. Thanks, Chair and clerks and Ira for making that all work. Yeah, and thanks for indulging me this time to read these new amendments. I just needed to get a little bit of clarity, and just for the record, I'm wondering, Chair, if I can ask a question of the mover of the amendment, just for a little bit of clarity around the intent of this amendment. Point of information through you, Chair,
Sure.
to the mover of the amendment. So just to be perfectly clear, this amendment suggests that the $5,000 per year for collective expenses for legal advice would come out of a new fund, not our discretionary fund. And further that we're not changing the how we would request indemnification or reimbursement to council otherwise. Okay. And with those clarifications, thank you for indulging me. I'm satisfied and will support the amendments.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Fry. Seeing no one else on the queue, we're going to go to a vote on the amendment. Moved by Councillor Klassen. And vote assist in favor for the mayor, please. And oh, thank you very much. We're just noting the conflict of interest of 3 of our members, and thank you very much. That motion has passed with unanimous support. Okay, so thank you very much. We're going back to the main queue. And Councillor Klassen, you have the floor.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm just wanting to thank staff for work on this report, and I am going to support the recommendations.
Thank you very much. And seeing no one else on the queue, we can go to a vote on the amended motion. And Mayor Sim, do you need a vote assist? Yep. So a vote assist for in favor. Thank you very much. And that has passed. That motion has passed with unanimous support. So thank you very much to our staff team for the work on that item. We're going to be moving on now to that is a very good point. Thank you very much, Councillor Meisner. And we will be moving to our referred motions. And clerks, I'll just be checking in on if we have speakers on the line. Me?
That it will probably conclude pretty quickly after 5 if we keep going. So I'm wondering if I can move to extend to the end of this item.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor, and just welcoming back those to this item. So we're dealing with item number 11. There is a motion on the floor. I am checking with clerks on whether we have speakers on the line, which will inform the motion itself. So if we could possibly hear that first.
I'm just checking, Chair. And I'm hearing we have one speaker on the line.
Okay, okay, so I think that's, that, then in that case, we'll look at, we'll consider this motion on the floor, which is to extend past 5 o'clock to complete item 11 on the agenda. Okay, any
Correct.
discussion? It is debatable. Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, we'll move ahead with item 11, and then we will take a dinner break when that item is complete. Pardon me? So this is item 11, establishing an
Number 6 on the standing committee agenda. Establishing an intermunicipal business license. Oh, is this? I haven't got.
Okay, the script is incorrect, so thanks very much for flagging that. This is in fact item 6.
Okay.
Establishing an intermunicipal business license for home health care support workers, which was member motion B3, moved and introduced by Councillor Klassen, seconded by Councillor Zhou. Okay, so we will now hear from, yes, Councillor Carr? One, the clerks just let us know there's one speaker on the line. Okay. Ah. That is a option for council to consider. So,
I can support that.
okay, so I'm going to say that we had a motion passed, and now we have a second motion on the floor, which is to complete the business of the agenda. On I believe we just have just the one speaker. Yeah. Okay, we are back to having a dinner break. So no motion on the floor. The motion has been rescinded. Withdrawn. Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, you moved a motion, so are you moving now to withdraw your motion?
So you want me to rescind mine?
No. Sorry, everybody, just a second. We had a motion passed to complete item 11. That is the motion that passed. That is the plan. Unless you have another motion. Okay. Oh. I think you, sorry, just one second.
Why rescind?
Just finish the business.
Why don't you feel up it?
Councillor Carr, so procedurally, I'm just going to bring us back so that we are all on the same page. So procedurally, you are allowed to move a motion, and if that motion passes, it will cancel out the previous motion. So do you have a motion for the floor? Okay, so the motion that we have passed is the motion that stands, which is to complete item 6, and then we'll take a dinner break. Okay. So that is the motion that we have passed, so we're going to move ahead. I've introduced the item that we'll be speaking to, and we'll now hear from speakers on this motion. Our first registered speaker is Rebecca Frederick.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Hi there.
Oh, hello. Good afternoon,
Sorry,
members
I'm
of
just
the
going
standing.
to, Speaker, sorry, forgive us. We're just needing to just address one issue in the chamber, so just if you could hold for a second.
Sure thing.
To declare a conflict of out of an abundance, actually, it's not even an abundance of caution, it's a conflict. So I'll be recusing myself from this item.
Okay, and can you state the reason?
I own a home health care company, and the title is all about home health care. So I will, yeah. So the title of the motion is establishing an inter-municipal business license for home healthcare support workers. And we have locations all over the Lower Mainland that would benefit from this. So
Okay, thank you very
thank
much, Mayor. Okay, apologies, Speaker. You're free to start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Standing Committee. I'm Rebecca Frederick. I'm the Director of Engage BC and Public Affairs at the BC Care Providers Association. As you may know, BC Care and Engage BC is the leading voice for BC seniors living and continuing care sector, representing long-term care, assisted living, independent living, and private pay home health operators. Last year, our members delivered almost 2.5 million hours of home care and home support services. Today, I am speaking in support of Councillor Clausen's motion, recommending that the Council direct staff to explore the establishment of an inter-municipal business license, also known as a mobile business license, for home health organizations. Family-paid home health care plays an often invisible but significant role in helping seniors to age in their place of choice. Home care and home support services can include medical care, transportation, companionship, and homemaking. Often, family-paid home support provides seniors and their families, along with other people who may need support, with more flexibility than government services. It also gives caregivers the break they need so they can remain resilient. In the Fraser and Vancouver coastal region, there are about 361 home care companies, and it's important to realize that many of these are smaller operators. BC Care and Engage BC have been advocating for the implementation of a single business license system for home health care providers. This model would be based on that which exists for the construction sector in Metro Vancouver and which is available in most other jurisdictions across the province in varying iterations. In fact, to my understanding, there are 17 mobile business license partnerships between 104 communities in British Columbia. By the nature of their work, home health care providers are mobile and commonly operate across several municipalities, adjusting their operations to accommodate client needs and the availability of workers. This means that the vast majority work across multiple jurisdictions, and under the current system, home health care providers operating in the Metro Vancouver area are required to hold distinct business licenses for all locations in which they operate, regardless of the location of their physical office. This means that even a relatively small organization may have a business license in Vancouver, Burnaby, Port Coquitlam, the District of North Vancouver, etc. Clients living in a community for which the organization does not have a business license may be turned down by an organization based on location alone. Costs for business licenses range from $110 to over $1,200 per city. While these costs are manageable for most organizations, although I will say that many run on very slim margins, the administration is also very burdensome. Our organization is asking for the same consideration afforded to construction, trades, catering, and mobile hair salons through the Inter-municipal business license scheme. Our association has had positive discussions with both the City of Burnaby and the District of West Vancouver on this matter. By taking action in this area, municipal governments can support the home health sector and the work they do to support seniors to age in their place of choice. I thank you for taking the time to hear me today and welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. And you do have questions. Councillor Carr.
Thanks very much. Thanks for taking the time to speak to this and for the work you do. You said there was 361 home health care companies. Did you say that was in BC?
That's in the Fraser and Vancouver Coastal Health Authority region.
Just in the, okay. I just wanted
And
clarification.
some of them may be one employee, and some of them might be hundreds of employees. There's quite a significant range, Councillor.
Okay. And in applying for a business license in these multiple jurisdictions, you just sort of cited an example. Give me an example of how much extra money there would be involved in having to register in 4 or 5, as you said, municipalities.
The cost for business licenses range anywhere from about $110 in the Metro Vancouver area to $1,200 per city. So it depends on the specific municipalities in which an organization is operating. But it can definitely add up for organizations with fairly modest margins, particularly in terms of smaller operators providing this kind of care.
Got it. And then, of course, there was the time, as you noted. Okay, that's it for my questions. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
And you do have more questions, Councillor Fry?
Yeah, just to follow up, because we're talking about mobile business licenses, and I'm assuming you're showing up not on bicycles, but in cars or vans or whatever. Is parking an issue? How does parking work for a lot of these home care providers?
That's a good question. In some cases, individuals are taking the bus or even walking between clients in higher density neighborhoods. But in other cases, parking is most certainly an additional expense for individuals providing this kind of care.
And it is largely a vehicle dependent kind of role?
I think that it really depends on the specific area in which a individual is working. So, for example, somebody may have 6 clients who are all living in the same independent living residence, for example, in which case they may be less car dependent than somebody who is going between a number of different homes in a less dense area.
Right. I guess what I was getting at is, do they have to pack gear? Or is it largely just a presence?
In some cases, they would have to be bringing equipment, but largely that's not the case.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are all your questions. We appreciate you calling in to speak to this item.
Thank you.
And we do have a registered speaker in person, although there is no one here at the moment, but I will call Danny Birch. And I'm just going to check with the clerks. We have nobody on the line. Great. So we have no one on the line and nobody here to speak in person. So we can now consider that the end of the speakers list. And council, is there any discussion? Seeing none, looks like we can go straight to a vote. And that motion passes with unanimous support. And this does conclude item 6 on the agenda. And we will take our dinner break and be back at 6 o'clock to conclude the items on the agenda.
To join the conference, enter your access code followed by the number.
Mayor Sim?
Yes, I'm
Yeah,
here.
you got it?
I got it. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Okay.
Hey, Elise, are you on the line? Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, bye.
Okay, great. So welcome back. We will reconvene the standing committee and continue on with item second referred motion, which is item number 7, a people-focused Gastown, a bold, forward-looking vision for a vibrant and prosperous neighborhood, which was moved and introduced by Councillor Kirby Young and seconded by Councillor Klassen. And we do have one speaker to this motion, who has registered to be calling in by phone. And let me
Okay, great. So welcome back. We will reconvene the standing committee and continue on with item second referred motion, which is item number 7, a people-focused Gastown, a bold, forward-looking vision for a vibrant and prosperous neighborhood, which was moved.
Okay, love the sound of our own voices. So I am ready to start hearing from our speakers. Just a reminder, this is not an item where we're calling for a conflict of interest, so that is on the will of any member that needs to do so. And clerks, do we have a speaker on the line?
I'm just checking. Yes, the speaker is on the line.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. So I'll be calling on our one registered speaker for this item, Brian Davey.
So I am ready to start hearing from our speakers. A reminder, this is not an item where we're calling for a conflict of interest, so that is on the will of any member that needs to do so. And
Chair, I just want to note that we're hearing you speak back for some reason. I'm not quite sure.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meisner. Yeah, we're hearing that in chambers too. I'm just going to call and if the speaker is on the line, Brian Davey.
Okay, that's great. Thank
And
you very
if
much.
you
So
are,
I'll
to
be
please
calling
mute
on
your
our,
line
one registered
or your
speaker for this
speaker.
Brian Davies.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. That's great. You have 5 minutes to speak to council, and you're welcome to start when you're ready.
Okay, thanks so much. Firstly, good evening. My name is Brian Davey. I'm a longtime resident of Gastown. Past few years, as you know, have not been kind to our neighborhood. So firstly, let me thank you for being brave enough to move forward with the start of its revitalization. When the motion was announced this past week, like so many of my neighbors, I was thrilled that the long overdue cleanup of our neighborhood was finally going to get started. Yet I was also concerned about the potential long-term plan to close Water Street and increase traffic density on Cordova Street. Of course, the people who will be most affected on a daily basis by these potential changes are the taxpayers who actually live in Gastown, with the most densely populated section being the 100 block of West Cordova, which includes 3 Woodward high-rises, one at 43 stories, one at 10 stories, and one at 31 stories. Combined, there are 661 units, so well over 1,000 people living just in that block. From conversations with my neighbors, and I am not purporting to represent everyone who lives in my neighborhood. I've just essentially taken a straw poll and collected thoughts. But from conversations with my neighbors, the general feeling is that we have not had time to properly discuss the details of this plan, and that the myriad of plans from past administrations have often been so convoluted that they were hard to follow. Here are some of our immediate concerns about shutting down Water Street to vehicles and then potentially reversing part of Cordova Street. City-owned parking, Easy Park Lot 31 is open 24 hours, and aside from providing essential hourly parking to Gastown visitors, this lot also includes many stalls for car fleets, many electric charging stations, and hundreds of stalls for long-term business rentals and residents of the Gastown area, most notably the Woodwards building. There is indeed a walking bridge that goes from the parking lot into one of the Woodwards buildings. There's also a recently completed $17 million taxpayer-funded daycare on the roof with plenty of reserved parking for the parents and staff. The reason I'm mentioning this is that the parking lot is absolutely key to the people in this area, and we're set up to enter and exit through the toll booths as the roadways currently are, i.e. one comes in off Water Street or comes in off Cordova Street on what would be the left-hand side of a one-way street. So it could really be, if Water Street access is taken away from this parking lot, then I don't really understand how people, how mothers could drop off their kids at daycare. I don't understand how fleets of cars could get into there. I think there would be an absolute cluster for that alone. The next concern is how emergency services respond to the constant ODs and fires in and around Water Street if the route is impeded. I can tell you that during the recent Winter's Hotel fire, responders came along Water Street, Cordova Street, and down Abbott Street, and so the entire area was blocked off. So, essentially closing out part of it, I think, is potentially disastrous. Next, how will the garbage be collected along Water Street? How will mail and delivery trucks get through, including supplying the restaurants and other businesses? What about taxis, Ubers, limos, and tour buses? Changing Cordova to 3 lanes would mean the electric cables for the buses would all need to be rehung. All the traffic lights would need to be rehung. Hundreds of prime on-street parking stalls would need to be removed. What would be the cost of that construction and net loss in parking revenues over the next years? Another concern is the added noise from the constant sirens running through what is essentially a canyon of tall buildings. The noise would be then running both ways. So let me circle back. I will tell you that the number one topic that people in my neighborhood talk about as far as what's going on here is the violence, crime, vandalism, garbage, rats, drug use, that sort of thing. That said, we absolutely love, I will speak for myself, I absolutely love the fact that you've started. I was walking around the neighborhood today and immediately felt uplifted by a fresh coat of Gastown black on the lamp standards, and it's already having a positive effect. I think a good old-fashioned neighborhood town hall meeting in the Woodwards atrium would be a great idea now that we're able to gather as a group and discuss the long-term plan in greater detail. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was perfectly timed. There are no questions, but we do appreciate you calling in to express your views today. Okay, that does bring us to the end of our speakers list. Council, we'll go to the main queue. Is there any discussion?
Sorry, Chair. I can't see the queue, so I don't know if anyone's on there, but I do have to get on the queue, so if I can get in this.
Oh, sure. Yep, you are on the queue. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Out of an abundance of caution, I do want to declare a conflict or perceived conflict, and I will be recusing myself from participating in this motion. The perceived conflict, while I do not have a financial interest in anything in Gastown, my wife does sit on a non-paid board of a company that owns a few properties in the Gastown area.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll note that for the record. And we'll let you know when this item is complete. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'll be really brief, but just to say I am happy to support this. This conversation had been happening. I had the opportunity to meet with the Gastown BIA and talk about it quite recently. I know staff have been having good conversations, and council pretty recently received a briefing and update from staff that's quite in line with what's being proposed in this motion. So that's great. It's good to see so much alignment on finally moving forward on some badly needed and well-deserved improvements to this beautiful neighborhood. I hope that we really are bold. The motion outlines a kind of a range of options, and I hope we take the biggest and most exciting vision possible here, so that we're making decisions and investments that we can feel proud of for many decades to come, and that reflect the significant changes and benefits that many other cities are seeing in pedestrianizing historic or main stretches of their town. So happy to see it and support that work going forward.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Meisner.
Thank you. Yes, similarly to Councillor Boyle, really excited to see this happening. It's been in the works for a long time. Gastown has needed some love, and it's good to hear that the caller is seeing some of those efforts already with painting of the street posts. So that's fantastic. I wanted to address what you had to say about access. This is going to be a pilot, so we will take the lessons we learned from the pedestrian pilot and apply those, to obviously make sure we're doing what we need to do in terms of access for emergency vehicles, et cetera. There's different technology out there around the world in terms of bollards that can go up and down electronically and let emergency vehicles through. Plus, there is the laneways that can allow for access for things like deliveries and mail, et cetera. So we will carefully move forward on this. And just wanted to reiterate how excited I am to see this happening. It really is a jewel in our city, and there's so much character in that neighborhood. So I'm very excited to see us do what we can to enhance that.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Klassen.
Yeah, just going to weigh in and also echo some of the comments I've heard already. Gastown is our neighborhood. It's Vancouver's neighborhood. It is a place where so much history has happened and so many great memories for me. And seeing it as, once again, the shining example of what a Vancouver historic neighborhood could look like for those of us who live here, for those of us who come here and visit. Obviously, the cruise ship people that come off, all the travelers that come on. We want to be able to show off our best example of what a historic neighborhood can look like. So I'm really excited that we're taking these steps to move forward, and really thankful for staff for their thoughts and accommodating and working on this to realize this vision. So I'm very pleased to be supporting this.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle. You're back.
Yes, sorry, just one other quick note in my enthusiasm. I lost track of my notes, but also wanted to mention, just to highlight, and I know this has been a conversation council's had for a while, the importance of accessibility in the neighborhood and the challenges that the old brick pavers have for so many people in wheelchairs or with a variety of physical disabilities. So again, I know that's a conversation we had, but wanted to make sure it's noted here as an important piece of how this is going forward. And I will just say also a thank you to Councillor Kirby Young, who has for many years been on top of this, and appreciate her continuing to push it.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to close on the motion. I was really thrilled to bring this forward, and I know that there's a lot of collective interest and support around the council table for Gastown, and I think more importantly, there is within the community itself and across the city as a whole. I think that this is sort of a moment where the stars are aligning and the time has come to kind of really set that bolder vision. We have been having these conversations and for a number of years, and as was noted, have been engaged in that with the BIA. I appreciate that there are natural questions around the idea of car free or car light and how that would work. But again, this proposes to undertake a naturally startable planning process. We've been honestly a bit stuck because the discussions have focused on the degradation of the area, some of the fact that Gastown was looking run down, that the cobbles and other things were starting to degrade and it hadn't been invested in, but it didn't make a lot of sense to sort of investing funds and patching when a lot of that money can be used towards really contributing to the longer term vibrancy and viability of the neighborhood. And so I think that what this will do is set the path for having those conversations around a bolder vision. I appreciated what the one caller said, and those are a lot of natural questions that I think would be addressed in the analysis and in the engagement with the public around different options, the intention around looking at a two-way configuration on Water Street and the other pieces over time. Is to enable flow and better access there. But I can tell you, I think that the enthusiasm to sort of announcing this direction was overwhelmingly positive. It was a beautiful sunny day. And you're down there and you saw the patio at Chill Winston's and down at Maple Tree Square filling up, and people just loved being outside and feel the neighborhood. And if the streets had been car free that day, they would have filled up and given people space to roam around. And I think that's really important as our city densifies. But I'm actually looking forward to and excited to seeing what we can do. And I think also that doing something like the pilot, similar to what we did on the Granville Promenade, allows people to experience the idea of it and to get a sense of what works, what doesn't, and can really help inform a longer term planning process to ensure that you have access for residents, emergency vehicles, good servicing. But if you can put more of an emphasis on the public realm, we've seen how incredibly popular that can be with plazas across the city. We're looking to do a public space initiative for Granville now and now for Gastown. And I think it makes a lot of sense. So our commitment is that council is willing to invest in this. We put $10 million in this capital plan. We upped it from the original proposed 7 in the plan. The motion also contemplates a mid-year upping the allocation to complete the work and then completing an agreed upon plan, hopefully the next capital cycle. So this is really kind of getting that going. And I think that it's exciting to invest in our city and our neighborhoods, and they create spaces for people to come and they pay off. And people love those chances to gather and to be outside, and whether it's the Light Festival that could be in the holiday season, or it could be more expanded patios, easier for musicians to perform on a regular basis outside. So I think there's a huge amount of opportunity here. And all we're saying is that we're willing to invest and we're willing to have a bold vision, and we're hopeful that in those conversations that all the community will come alongside there, because I think that it could be a really phenomenal jewel for our city. It is already, but it needs some love. And I think this is about harnessing the past and unlocking the future. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We are going to go to a vote on this item. And that motion passes with unanimous support. So thank you very much. We will move now to our next motion on the agenda. The third referred motion is item 8, tracking the Broadway plan pace of eviction, which was moved and introduced by Councillor Fry and seconded by Councillor Carr. And we will hear from our registered speaker, who is here in person in perfect timing, Mark White, please. You're up. Okay, I see that's coming up. Thank you.
I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak. And I'm speaking in favor of this motion. I am the former co-chair of the Seniors Advisory Committee, and appreciate today that I just received notice that I've been reappointed to the Older Persons and Elder Advisory Committee. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark, for your service on that committee.
Thank you very much. If we go to the next slide, as many of you know, I live inside the Broadway corridor, as do many seniors and elders living in Vancouver. If we go to the next slide. In fact, based on the 2016 census, 1 in 6 households in the Broadway corridor are senior-led households. And the next slide. Similar to percentages across the city of Vancouver, the census data, 1/3 of senior-led households in the Broadway corridor are renters. And the next slide. The average household income for renters in Vancouver, based on the 2016, this is seniors' average household income, was $47,031, whereas in the Broadway corridor, it was $30,375. The next slide. There's approximately 7,000 renters in core housing need living in the Broadway corridor, and approximately 15% of them are seniors. And the next slide. The average income of seniors in core housing need in the Broadway corridor was $14,838, closely aligned to the old age security and the guaranteed income for a single senior living on their own. If we go to the next slide. As many of you know, members of the former Seniors Advisory Committee, Housing Committee, have been participating in the planning process of the current City of Vancouver Seniors Housing Strategy, and I want to just thank you once again for supporting that strategy development. The Broadway corridor, as I noted, has some of the most affordable housing for seniors and other vulnerable populations in the City of Vancouver. It's critical that Council monitor the rate of demoviction in the Broadway corridor with particular attention to seniors housing as part of the planning and implementation process of the seniors housing strategy. The rate of demoviction needs to be congruent with the capacity of the City of Vancouver to partner with all levels of government, religious, ethnic, labor organizations, and other organizations interested in co-investment in nonprofit housing suitable for seniors. I would also like to make the recommendation that city staff be requested to provide council with updated census data based on the 2022 data on seniors demographics as well as other vulnerable populations living in the area as part of the monitoring and planning activities as it relates to planning new development within the Broadway plan. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And you do have questions? Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Mark. And without sort of indicating exactly where you live, are you seeing a lot of for sale signs? Because when I go through the neighborhood, I see a lot of buildings up for sale.
Well, I live in False Creek, so and it's part of the nonprofit, the co-op housing there. So I don't see it there, but there is growing concern when you look at the city as a whole, and you look up Canby Street. There's been a lot of demolition, and what we hear at what we heard at the Seniors Advisory Committee was real concern about demoviction and its impact on seniors. Essentially, there are no available housing at the affordable rates that are currently in the low-rise, low-income housing available.
So, and extrapolating from that, then nowhere for folks to go. So this motion doesn't contemplate giving any kind of direction as to like that. It's really just about tracking the information and making sure that we're accurately following what's going on in the Broadway corridor.
Well, I think tracking information is one thing. I think reporting back and monitoring and considering it within the seniors housing strategy are important components. There's no use getting rid of 3,000 housing and then celebrating the creation of 1,000 slightly affordable housing. So for that some seniors could live in. So I think that it's really, really important. I think that the tracking is one component, and I realize that that's what this motion is about. But I think it's really also then about council having the opportunity to monitor it and to look at it in relationship to seniors housing, as that is one of council's priorities that was passed with the
And
budget.
hopefully it does get passed with that report back mechanism as well, which we've asked for. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do have more questions?
Sorry, Chair, personal point of privilege. Sorry, I missed the opportunity to declare a conflict before the speaker. I do want to declare another perceived, or out of an abundance of caution, declare another conflict and recuse myself for the same reasons as the last motion.
Okay, that, just check with clerks if we need it restated for this item. Yes, if you wouldn't mind, Mayor, just to restate your reason.
Yeah, well, although I do not have a financial interest in any properties affected by the Broadway plan, one way or the other, my wife does sit on a board that owns property affected by the Broadway plan. So I will be recusing myself.
Okay, thank you very much. That's been noted for the record. We'll let you know when this item is complete. Next, we have Councillor Carr.
Thanks so much. And my first question is really a practical one. Did you pull all that data together yourself, or did you have a working committee that did that? Or
Well, on one of the slides, I know the slides went really quickly, and I'll send a copy of the slides.
Thank you.
It does note that that data came from Spark as part of the community data program that they run, and it was requested by SAC, as we weren't able to get the same level of data from the city. So I think that it's been really marvelous having Spark available and as a public institution to provide that data.
It's fantastic. That's extremely useful information, that's for sure. In terms of neighborhood organizing, there's a lot of individual apartment blocks, etc. Do you know if there is a organization amongst the seniors who live in the area, or are they working through our standing committee at the city, or do you know anything about that?
No, there are very active neighborhood houses. So Mount Pleasant neighborhood house being one of those. And so, but there's part of the request of having a seniors planner and to help organize and keep engagement with seniors across the city on issues that matter. We're happy that the budget includes an opportunity for a seniors planner that will participate in that. It's not just the housing issue that we're concerned about, of course. We're also concerned about the lack of seniors facilities in the Broadway corridor, and so you have to have a comprehensive planning process that's not just focused on housing, as people need to live and thrive in the neighborhoods that they live in.
Apropos of that, I had been tracking, but not recently, not since the election, the senior center at 12th or near 12th and Granville. I know looking for another place, but is it still there and active?
I don't know, but it's one of the things that once the Older Persons and Elders Advisory Committee meets, I'll be able to get an update from other members.
Right. I think following or tracking the actual people in the neighborhood and how they're being affected and some method. I don't know if what you would suggest is a method to keep people organized or to.
Councillor Carr, that is 3 minutes.
For time? Oh, yes, 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Sorry. Yeah.
That's okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, and you do have one more councillor on the queue. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Chair. I noticed that my clock started at 55 seconds for some reason. Is it
That
possible
was
to reset
weird.
to 0?
I've reset it for you.
Thank you
go
very
ahead.
much. Okay. Mark, thank you very much. And congratulations on your appointment to the Older Persons and Elders Civic Agency. And I'm really pleased to hear that you're working on the senior strategy as well. You mentioned the seniors facilities in the area. I know that with some of the, perhaps the new housing and renewal that is happening in the community, do you think that the committee might take on as part of its work plan is to advocate for more space like that in the Broadway corridor?
Oh, definitely. I mean, we did presentations last May, and our presentation was actually to not approve the Broadway corridor as it was submitted because of the lack of seniors facilities in the plan, of which there was just an expansion of one facility, but doesn't cover, when you look at the population in representing a fifth of the population in Vancouver, it's an area that desperately needs a real close look and a strategic look from council on how do we service our older population that is growing.
I know that some of the priorities that were put out for the Broadway corridor were wider sidewalks and more safer pedestrian areas. I presume those are the kinds of things that older adults that we might be looking for.
Yes, as well as educational, recreational facilities. There was concern of regarding some of the bike traffic going back onto Broadway itself and being potentially problematic, and that was another issue that we had mentioned at that time. But yes, accessibility, and we're really happy about the accessibility task force and the planning that's going on there. And obviously that needs to be looked at from a senior's lens. And I hope that we can continue working with a person with disabilities.
Just under a minute left. I'm just going to ask you about the renter protections that we have in the Broadway corridor. I'm just wondering if what kind of steps, and perhaps you and the committee and others can do to try and make older adults in the corridor more aware of those tenant protections.
Well, I think that the protections are there isn't yet enough detail in terms of how that's going to actually be financed. And so there's a lot of concern of whether or not it's feasible. But I think that the more concern is what happens to seniors after they leave that tenancy, and whether that protected rent will stay there for continued generations. And
Deposit there. That is
yes, okay.
we're over
Thank you
time.
very
No,
much.
that's okay. Thank you very much. Those were helpful questions and answers from everyone. So thank you, Mark, for being here. Congrats again. We're all very happy for you to be serving again on that committee. So thank you.
Thank you again.
So that does bring us to the end of the speakers list. So we can move to debate. Debate on the motion. Yeah. Is there any debate? Oh, Councillor Boyle.
Just really briefly again to say thank you to Councillor Fry for having such a clear eye on the impact of to renters of the Broadway plan. I continue to say that our goal here and elsewhere needs to be more homes and more homes and less displacement, and the balance of those policies is really important. So happy to support getting this information back and to continue listening and watching to make sure both that we are minimizing displacement and impact on renters, and also that we're adding new homes in the corridor for the many people who want to continue to live there and come and call Vancouver home.
Sorry about that, Councillor Boyle. You got bumped there. Are you all complete in your comments?
All done. That's all. Thanks,
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Meisner.
Thank you very much, Chair. While I appreciate the intent behind Councillor Fry's motion,
I am concerned that this will further slow the building of new rental housing in the Broadway corridor. And that's why we did reject the pace of change mechanism that would have regulated the number of new housing units that could be developed in the corridor. I think we all recognize that we're in a housing crisis and we need to reduce regulations and reduce red tape so we can ensure that as much new rental housing is getting built, particularly in this Broadway corridor area where we have a brand new rapid transit line that's going to be opening soon. And we also have the best tenant protections in North America for people. People are not being thrown out on the street here. We are going to be substantially increasing the amount of new rental housing in the neighborhood. And while people wait for that new housing to come on stream, they are going to be taken care of. They're going to be found alternate accommodation. In fact, the construction can't start until that happens. So I feel really confident with our tenant protections that are in place. And I just want to see us get moving on developing more rental housing, especially in this corridor that's going to have such great access to transit. So unfortunately, again, while I appreciate the intent behind this, I'm just concerned that it's pace of change by a different name, and therefore I'm not able to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Carr.
So we may have currently the best potential tenant protection policies in North America associated with the Broadway plan. But as we found out when we were in discussion over the implementation, including pace of change, our staff made it very clear that if we didn't have pace of change, we would not be able to implement those really good potential tenant protections. So pace of change is absolutely essential to making sure we have enough housing that people can relocate into. Otherwise, if their homes are demolished and they are renovated, even though they may have on paper those protections, they don't have any place to go if there isn't sufficient housing already in progress. And there's way too many proposals already on the books or applications to develop them. We have the potential to house in terms of people who will no longer have homes once they're renovated. So just to be very clear, the theory of tenant protections needs to be matched by the reality of what we can deliver on. In terms of the concern that Councillor Meisner expressed about slowing housing development in the quarter, this motion has nothing to do with slowing the housing of development. That was pace and change. This is tracking what happens in the absence of pace of change because the majority of councillors voted against it, so we don't have it. So tracking it is so important so we get the information and can potentially make course corrections and potentially, yes, I'm saying it, potentially introduce a pace of change when and if we see, in fact, that too many people are being renovated and have no place to go in the city. So I would hope that all of you would want that information so that you don't leave people homeless as the pace of change continues unfettered because we don't have that policy in place.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Meisner.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to come back on the queue and address some of the things that have been said. The pace of change policy, we rejected that. So it's good to hear, or interesting to hear Councillor Carr somewhat admit that this is another pace of change policy. The TRPP is really that regulator. Those tenant protections, those excellent tenant protections are what are going to regulate the development. So I want to be super clear about something. We clarified this multiple times about a month or two ago when we rejected the pace of change policy because we want to deliver as much housing as we can, as fast as we can. The construction is not going to be able to begin until people that will need to move for the redevelopment have homes secured. We clarified that multiple times. So people are not going to be without a place to go. The construction can't begin until they have a place identified to go to. And they're going to come back to a brand new building, and there's going to be more units. And this is going to help us
increase the number of rental units in the neighborhood substantially. If we put in more regulations and red tapes and bureaucracy on this, it's going to slow everything down even further. And we are getting data back already on a yearly basis, on an annual basis, on vacancy rates and units that are going to be redeveloped. So we're getting that data already. So this is just more work and red tape, and I do not support it because I know how desperately we need to get moving on building this housing, particularly on this brand new rapid transit line.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thank you. So sort of taking a step back and looking at the objectives, we are trying to strike the right balance between protecting long-term renters and their homes and making sure that they are well looked after and people can sustain. And we're not compromising the existing affordable rental and enabling new homes for people. And we had a lot of dialogue as a council about this during the Broadway plan conversation and discussion. And at that time, council took, I think, a bold step, and I supported it around adopting the TRPP, the Tenant Relocation Protection Plan, which has been billed and reported as, I believe, the strongest renter protections in North America. So it went beyond, and that's a pretty significant statement. I just want us to let that settle for a minute. That went beyond things like first right of refusal or right to return to having to be accommodated, relocated and accommodated during construction, to the right to return at your old rent for people, and really was incredibly robust. I think the other piece of it that we have inherently is our own internal mechanisms and backlogs are also a pace of change mechanism, if you will, because we had a presentation just yesterday. And we had our planning director who was speaking to the fact, and I'm paraphrasing, I don't have my full notes here, that there was a backlog of projects and more than staff had the ability to process and put through, and then council had the ability to put through. So we may even have a situation where we have a desire for projects to move ahead, but we actually haven't got the capacity to process them and put them through. And you combine that with the TRPP, and then additionally the economic environment and situation, expectations from the provincial government that we are striking the right balance between protecting people and building significant amounts of new housing. And so I think it's important to recognize there's a lot of intersecting factors here. I know that there was a debate yesterday around whether this motion was in order or not, and I'm not going to sort of go back there, but I think separate from sort of the mechanics of that, I think the spirit of it quite clearly is to get back to a pace of change policy. And I think there was a really good rationale at the time for not adopting one. And so, you know, if I look in the whereas clause, I think, I'm gonna pull this up so I don't paraphrase, I think Councillor Fry had referenced that it was sort of akin to a pace of demoviction, I think was the phrasing, and I might be paraphrasing slightly, was akin to a pace of change policy, and you know, then also spoke, because I was listening carefully to his comments, that it was really the resolutions that mattered. And so when I look at resolution C, for example, CC, and it says any recommendations or remedies, including but not limited to reconsideration of a new pace of change policy, or limits on rent eviction. So to me, it's fairly clear that that's the intention of where this is going to go. And I think that council had a really substantive debate and consideration around the issue at that time, and was working to strike the balance and held firm around ensuring that tenants were protected. So, you know, Councillor Meisner also noted some other points around the fact that construction can't begin, et cetera. And so I think that we haven't given those policies the opportunity to work and to move forward yet. And I'm also very cognizant. I think some of this information we also heard, I think in some of the staff feedback will be available. I anticipate that the staff will include some of this in their reports back, and we'll be able to look at it. But I also am hearing a lot, and I'm trying to really this term strike a balance between our staff saying we're overloaded and backlogged and we can't get projects through, and putting more things on their plate. So trying to let them service and deliver on some of those priorities really well. And people are wanting a lot of that housing to be built. And we have the TRPP in place. So I would identify that I think that that's really clearly what the intention is. And I appreciate that there were different points of view around a pace of change. I do understand that. But I do feel like we're trying to retread old ground here. And I think that there was a lot of good rationale at the time for the decision that was taken. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Carr, you are back on the queue.
Yeah, just to respond, I did not say that this is a pace of change policy. This is a directive to collect data. And I hope Councillor Meisner does not really think collection of data to inform Councillor is red tape. We need good data to make good decisions. And that is what this motion is about.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Fry to close on the motion.
Yeah, and I certainly don't want to relitigate a lot of the points that were made, but this is not a limit on development. It doesn't anywhere prescribe that. What it does is suggest that staff report back on strategies once they've compiled the requested information, because currently we don't track building permits that are issued for multi-dwelling use renovations or demolition permits, or even the number of tenants identified in our mandatory needs assessment for TRPP, or the vacancy rates. And this is, adding that to the quarterly report back that we've already requested, so we have accurate data. At the time that the council approved the pace of change, and as Councillor Kirby Young rightly points out, the TRPP affects a rate of change already on development, because in theory, it would throttle development because there are no places to relocate folks to. However, the reality is that if investors are buying up properties in the Broadway corridor with the expectation to develop them, and they find themselves unable to develop because there is no option for a TRPP replacement, they're going to be looking for options. And we know that the TRPP is only triggered on a development permit. It's not actually triggered on a building permit. So we saw this happen just over a month ago with the Oxford and Templeton project, where we had a developer come in for a redevelopment and a development permit on a building that had been cleared and renovated under a building permit. And the Resident Tenancy Act says that for a renovation of that nature, if you're renovating to the studs and you have to get rid of tenants, you give them a month's compensation, and they have the right to return at the new rents of the newly renovated building. That effectively creates a scenario where we can renovate a building, clear out the tenants, and bring them back at the new rents if they're able to come back at the new rents, or new market renters fill that void. And it effectively eliminates the TRPP. And it doesn't even get into the whole notion, because of course, as we know from our empty homes tax conversations, there is no empty homes tax on vacant apartment buildings as long as you have one unit. And staff explained that it's difficult to track a property title for individual rental units because they're not tracked that way. So that's why we don't do empty homes tax on a purpose-built apartment buildings. But the reality is that there are a number of potential scenarios that could affect massive displacement on the Broadway corridor. As we heard from Mark White, there are some deeply affordable and deeply vulnerable populations along the Broadway corridor. And frankly, the TRPP in and of itself is not enough to protect them as it stands, given the opportunity for loopholes. So all this is asking is for staff to include in the report back that they've already committed to on a quarterly level, include some additional data which we have not tracked before. This is not an onerous request. Building permits are available on the open data portal. We can access this stuff right now. I can access this stuff right now, but I'm not a staffer, and I can't put together a comprehensive and compelling, cogent report to articulate it. But this is not an especially onerous ask. This is not a new pace of change, despite how it may reflect in the whereas. The enactment does not actually prescribe a pace of change. It suggests that should staff need to report back with recommendations that may or may not include a pace of change, that is a report back, and that will be something that will at least be a quarter, if not more, away from now. And we will have an opportunity as a council to approve or reject it. If we're finding that there are no mass displacements, then none of this matters. If we find that there are mass displacements, perhaps it might be an opportunity for us to consider how we want to protect the most vulnerable renters in our city and one of the most vulnerable apartment corridors in our city. And, I'm a little surprised that there's this pushback based on, you already won the pace of change battle. So that's water under the bridge. This is really just keeping tabs on vulnerable people in our city. And yeah, I'll leave it at that because I'm almost out of time, but I'll leave it at it.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Klassen.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be really brief. And I will sort of come down in a similar fashion to some others here. I think that this is my concern is that this becomes more process around the ability to try and get more housing built in this neighborhood. But I want to speak specifically to Mark White's comments. I think he's absolutely right. We need to make sure that much work is done to make sure that people who may be affected by this are aware of their rights in terms of tenant protections. So I'm sure that that's work that we can make sure that staff takes up. And as well, I think that the evolution of that corridor should and must include more development for seniors-oriented facilities. And it's something that I know that both the older adults and elders civic agency can work on, but I think council and staff can also work together to make sure that we have a lot of strong protections for older adults living in the community. So I'd like to get the work going. And again, I appreciate the intent of it, but I believe that the best thing is for us to focus on those issues and to get housing built. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Klassen. That brings us to the end of the speakers list. Let's take it to a vote, please, on the motion. And that motion does fail with Councillors Kirby Young, Montague, Klassen, Meisner, Zhao, and myself in opposition. So that does conclude item 8 on the agenda. We will now move to our fourth referred motion, which is item 9. The bird is the word. Elevating Vancouver strategy, which was moved and introduced by Councillor Fry and seconded by Councillor Carr. We did have registered speakers. However, the registered speakers have withdrawn. And I was informed of the clerks as we reconvened just after 6 o'clock today. So we're going to move straight to discussion on this item, and I'm going to take us to a main queue. Councillor Zhao.
Thanks, Chair. So I circulated a amendment to everyone. So if you can add me to the amendment queue, please.
Thank you very much. And we'll just have the clerks pull that amendment up on screen, please. And in the meantime, you're free to introduce your amendment.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Councillor Fry, for bringing the motion. So I'd like to first acknowledge and appreciate the amazing work staff have done to help Vancouver to get the certification of bird-friendly city in 2021. I checked the latest stats. So there are 17 cities in the world, across Canada, have received the certification. There are 3 levels of this certification. Entry level, 10 cities. Please note, most of the cities here, 10 out of 17. Intermediate level, 4 cities. And high level, only 3 cities in Canada. Vancouver is actually ranking as intermediate level, which I think is pretty good. So really appreciate the works have been done to make Vancouver as the certification for bird-friendly city. I'd like to support this reapply the certification again, and also support the proclaims May 13 to 31st as Vancouver Bird Celebration. I really think that's the right thing to do. For other recommendations, I really like the bird-friendly guidelines in principle, but I have a little bit concern regarding the bird-friendly guidelines in building design could potentially slow down the permitting process. That could slow down the housing we need for human. So we desperately need more housing in Vancouver. I think this is the fact most of people agree, including everyone in this chamber. Adding another layer of red tape, complexity, and bureaucracy will make this building harder to build. So which is we really don't want to see in this housing crisis. So I would really like to refer these recommendations back to staff. Hope the staffs as the expert in this field could report back as part of the permitting improvement and streamline initiative, and to evaluate the impact of these bird-friendly guidelines on permitting timelines and process. So after that evaluation, so we can make a decision later. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry to the amendment.
Well, I mean, this is, appreciate Councillor Zhao's articulation of support for the principles of this. I'm just going to point out, and I'm not going to call it a point of order because it seems not worth pursuing. But in fact, these are all requests for reports back from staff. You know, affirming our commitment to the bird strategy updated in 2020, and then directing staff to review and report back on yada, 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 the various bird-friendly design guidelines, is specifically recognizing that there may be potential nuances to the bird strategy that may get in the way of housing starts or not. Let's let staff report back on it. That's already been the request that's in the original motion. So I feel that this is a redundant approach. You know, further, that Council affirm its commitment to the Vancouver bird strategy and bird-friendly designs in emergent and future initiatives is kind of a future-proofing thing. It's not really, you know, a red tape as was suggested. Additionally, asking staff to report back with an evaluation of the impacts of bird-friendly guidelines on review and permitting timeframes through the Permit Improvement Process Initiative is directly redundant. So, I mean, I do feel that actually, you know, in fact, I mean, I can't, and I apologize, Councillor Zhao, because I don't like to play these kind of point of order games, but I am going to suggest that this is redundant based on the procedure bylaws, because it is already referring staff to look at this through the Permit Improvement Process Initiative. And I guess that's 8.7. Oh, gosh. 8.7F.
Okay. So that's a point of order, Councillor Fry?
Yeah.
So I will.
That it's already, the motion already directs review and permitting timeframes through the Permit Improvement Process Initiative, sorry.
No, unfortunately, with a point of order, we have to just make that decision. So we'll just, I'm going to call a 5-minute recess. We'll go till top of the hour, 7 o'clock, and come back. on the line? I'll just ask any councillors who are joining from WebEx, we will reconvene. And so we have quorum. So my ruling on the point of order 8.7F, which includes, or which is stating that, or suggesting that the motion on the floor is rude, frivolous, dilatory. I would say that after consulting with legal and sincere consideration of the point of order, that it's clear from our legal team that frivolous does not equal duplication of work, which I think is what's come into question here. Frivolous is more so in referring to lacking any merit or sort of relevance to what we're doing here. So in that case, based on 8.7F, I would rule that this amendment is in order for the reasons stated. So that does take us back to the amendment queue. And Councillor Fry, you have the floor. I'm just going to caution Councillor Fry that we
Sorry,
are.
if I might, I have a point of privilege, and I believe that take a point. Councillor Fry, I have a point of privilege, and I believe that the rules state that I'm allowed to articulate that. That takes precedence, if I might.
A point of privilege has
Councillor
to
Fry,
do with your ability to participate in chambers.
You're further illustrating my point of order. So if I, or my, sorry, my point of privilege.
Sorry, Councillor Kirby, can you just go through the chair, please?
Yes. I just was hoping with the chair that pursuant to section 6.1B, because I really do appreciate and I really am considering the motions on the merit, that we not by words, tone, manner, speaking, or gesticulation reflect negatively upon the character of any person or group of persons. And we'll look to the chair's guidance on that, that when we're characterizing it as non-ABC, it's suggesting that we're not considering motions on the merits, and that is not the case.
Yes, I think that is a reasonable observation, and just ask that Councillor Fry be mindful. Councillor Fry, I think Councillor Fry, I'm going to just rule on this one. It's a point of order, I believe, not a point of privilege, around 6.1, that just if you could be mindful of not casting any suggestions of anything otherwise untoward than good due process here, which we are endeavoring to do by considering every motion on its merit. And I'm going to give you the floor.
Chair, just point of privilege here. We can't hear Councillor Fry online.
Councillor Fry, is there anything further? Okay, we're going to move Councillor Shaw.
Yeah, I don't think I have much to say here. So I think clearly this amendment is about the timeline. We don't want to slow down the bird-friendly guideline to slow down the housing for human. That's the intention of this this amendment. I'm pretty frustrated about the Councillor Fry's comments. I'm coming here showing very collaboration attitude, as I always do. So I think this is something non-partisan, not ABC or non-ABC related, but that's okay. So I really appreciate you bring forward this motion. As I said, we're gonna support A and B, and we're gonna see this report coming back from staff and have a fulsome discussion about how we move this forward. Thank you, Councillor Fry.
Councillor Meisner.
Thanks, Chair. I actually haven't been able to hear anything that Councillor Fry has said over the past minute or two. I don't know if there's a technical issue or his microphone was off, but at least myself online, I'm not sure about the other councillors. I couldn't hear him. But I understand there was something about it not being an ABC motion. I'm actually considering supporting it, but I am concerned about the aspect about codifying some of the regulations, because obviously we just don't want to be adding more regulatory red tape. But I'm very supportive of creating a bird-friendly city. And I mean, I think Vancouver is ahead of other cities in terms of being bird-friendly. And that's why we have that certification that we're going to reapply for. And I think it's important to have wildlife and birds in our city. And we don't want to be making choices that are going to be detrimental to birds. So anyways, just want to note that, and also that I can't hear Councillor Fry. So I'm not sure if it's a mic issue or a technical issue. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner. We'll make sure that any technical issues, if they exist, are resolved. That does take us to a voting queue. We are voting on the amendment put forward by Councillor Zhou.
I'm sorry.
Chair, I need a vote assist in oppositions, Councillor Boyle.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. And Mayor Sim?
I need a vote assist in favor.
Thank
Please.
you. That's noted.
Thank you.
Sorry, just a point of information. Just what we're voting on is this A and B. We've severed A and B.
Vote, so you're voting on the amendment put forward by Councillor Zhou.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And that motion does pass with Councillor Carr, Councillor Boyle, and Councillor Fry in opposition. And that does take us back to the main queue. Councillor Zhou, you have the floor.
I have nothing to add. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Well, clear how this is going. I do feel that it is important to reiterate that the original motion really clearly directed staff to report back on this with an evaluation of the impact of the bird-friendly guidelines through our permit improvement process initiative. And while the chair maintains it's not frivolous, I do feel that it is unnecessarily dilatory. And frankly, I'm not even sure why, because this motion took a lot of effort to actually prepare and comprehend the depth of the work that's been done on this and recognize that there are potentially impacts on our regulatory framework as far as building approvals, and that in the motion it clearly identifies that that framing has changed in the 2020 update so that they were more voluntary, less, or optional, not voluntary. So I fail to see the real reason for this amendment. Glad that we'll be declaring bird celebration, but disappointed that really there's no commitment to any kind of bird-friendly strategy as a result of this amendment from Councillor Zhou. But here we are with a significantly weaker version of bird strategy commitment. Disappointing.
Councillor Zhou.
Okay, so I think I'd like to sever A and B and vote A and B together with the amendment for other recommendations. Is that how that works? Or we can vote all together?
No, can I just have the language of the amendment that we just passed back, please, clerks? I think because, so because Councillor Zhou, your amendment gave direction on C, D, and E, it automatically, it changes the direction. So you don't need to sever out C, D, and E because the amendment passed and provided new direction related to those portions of the original motion.
Okay, thanks, Chair. That's what I thought. Thanks.
So with that, I believe we can go to a vote on the entire motion as amended.
Chair Bligh, this is Councillor Boyle. I'm hoping to get a vote assist in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. That's noted. And Mayor Sim?
Yes, I'll vote in favor as amended.
Thank you very much. So that has noted, and the motion passes with unanimous support. This concludes item 9 on the agenda. The standing committee portion of this meeting is now complete. We will now convene in council with Mayor Sim as chair to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's committee meeting.
Great, thank you very much. We will convene in council to deal with recommendations and actions from today's standing committee on city finance and services meeting. Clerk, may we please have a roll call?
Yes, Mayor Sim in the chair, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Dominato, not in the meeting. Councillor Bligh is in the chair. Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Claassen. Councillor Meisner.
Present.
And Councillor Zhou.
Present.
And just personal privilege, clerks, I am standing in this spot, but I'm not chairing.
Oh.
Mayor Sim is chairing. Okay, great. Thank you.
The meeting has quorum, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much. We need a motion to adopt the standing committee's recommendations for items 1 through 9. And so I can't really see anyone, so I'm hoping Councillor Meisner will put up his hand.
Yes.
Thank you.
So moved.
Yeah, and then seconded by hopefully Councillor Boyle, who I can see. Awesome, thank you very much. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed say nay. Assuming that no, I can't hear in the chamber that well, I'm assuming no one said nay, and so the motion carries unanimously. Bylaws, we have 4 bylaws on the agenda for enactment. Does any member wish to hold bylaws for debate or for conflict of interest? Okay, seeing none, would someone like to move motion to adopt bylaws 1 through 4?
So moved, Councillor Bligh.
Thank you, Councillor Bligh. Is there a seconder?
Second, Montague.
Thank you very much, Councillor Montague. Council, is there any discussion? No. Seeing none, would someone like to move the motion?
I moved the motion, Mayor.
Yeah. Okay, is there a seconder?
I'll second. Councillor Zhou.
Thank you very much. Councillor Zhou. All those in favor say yay.
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 All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. The list of approved bylaws can be found on the city's website. And so would someone like to move a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Move to adjourn.
Great, thank you very much. Is there a seconder?
Second, Councillor Zhou.
Great, thank you. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. This meeting is adjourned, and thank you for a great day, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Bye.